Chapter 68. For the electric-type demon nucleus for the breakthrough, and for the elimination battle in 5 days. Yang Dingtian had to go. The Millennium Owl in the Horror Mountain Village was his only chance. Even though the Millennium Owl was too powerful to be described with words. Ningning smiled gently. Okay, I'll go with you. But we have to wait for a few hours. I need to adjust my breathing and recover my qi. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be curious. He asked, Sister Ningning, what's your qi level now? It's stronger than Shimin Yen, but not as strong as your 2 talented wives. Ningning said, and when it comes to fighting, I can't even beat an apprentice warrior. The 2 talented wives she was talking about were naturally Shimin Yen and Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. In the next few hours, Ningning closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Yang Dingtian also adjusted his breathing and took a full recovery pill. His injuries were completely healed. During this period of time, not a single person appeared in the vicinity of the mine, not even a single demonic beast. When it was almost dawn, Ningning finished adjusting her breathing. Her injuries were almost healed, and her qi was partially recovered. She was very clean, and the first thing she wanted to do after adjusting her breathing was to take a bath. So she looked around for a spring or a pond where she could take a bath. She was very lucky to find a hot spring on the mountain. She immediately cheered. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He turned around and heard a splash behind him. Ningning jumped into the hot spring. They took a bath one after another, washed their clothes, dried them with fire, and put them on. Yang Dingtian put on his mask again and put on his snow-white robe, turning back into the handsome Ning Quebec Shimin Ningning, also dressed up as Qin Hongyan again. At this time, the sky was slightly bright. It was almost dawn. They went down the mountain and rode to the Horror Mountain Village. Sister Ningning, I still have 45 pieces of bloody black gold buried in the mine. Is it safe? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked before getting on the horse. Ningning frowned and said, It's not safe. Bloody black gold is too attractive to metal-eating beasts. As time passes, even gold-eating beasts from far away might be attracted here. But it's even more impossible to bring it to Horror Mountain Village. Not to mention that it weighs nearly 500 kilograms. It's a treasure of heaven and earth. It will attract the greed of others. Yang Dingtian said, We can't send them back to Cloud Sky City before going to Horror Mountain Village. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Ningning seemed to be struggling and hesitating. She then looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, Little Tian, Big Sister has a secret that I can't tell you right now, so I'll give you something. Don't be surprised. Next, Ningning gently pinched her index finger and gently inserted profound qi. Suddenly, a simple and unadorned ring appeared on her white and slender jade finger. She gently handed the ring to Yang Dingtian and gently said, Put the bloody black gold into this ring. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He took the ring and immediately felt a strong and mysterious power. How could 500 kilograms of bloody black gold be put into this small ring? There was no space ring in this world. Whether it was from Dongfang Minmi or many books, there was no mention of space rings. This is a space storage ring. It's about 1 meter square and can hold your 45 pieces of bloody black gold, Ningning said softly. It really was a space ring. Yang Dingtian said with a face full of surprise, Big Sister Ningning, I thought there was no space ring in this world. Ningning directly put the ring on Yang Dingtian's finger and said softly, Big Sister has a secret. When the time comes, Big Sister will definitely tell you. But I can't tell you now, so you can just take it and use it. Yang Dingtian said, But this thing is so precious. How can you give it to me? I'll leave the 45 pieces of bloody black gold with Big Sister for now. Big Sister is lending it to you. You can return it to Big Sister in the future, Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian gently stroked the ring and couldn't help but ask, Do Uncle Shimin and Yin Yin know about this ring? Ningning shook her head softly. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. If that was the case, Ning Ning's identity would be a huge secret. She was definitely not an orphan adopted by Shimenuya. She must have a special purpose for coming to Cloud Sky City. Big sister Ning Ning, I don't care what your real identity is. I only know that you won't harm me. You're the person closest to me, and that's enough, Yang Dingtian said. Good boy, Ning Ning said softly. Then, she gently touched Yang Dingtian's cheek with her small hand. Then, Yang Dingtian brought Ning Ning into the mine and dug out the bag of bloody black gold. Then, to his surprise, he watched as Ning Ning put the pieces of bloody black gold into the ring and disappeared. He didn't expect there to be space rings in this world. This really didn't make any sense. Actually, the bloody black gold isn't in the ring. It's in a special space, Ning Ning said softly. Ning Ning explained softly. It's just that this ring is a medium to go to that special space. Then this ring is a small time portal, Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Suddenly, he was even more curious about the secret behind this world. Big sister Ning Ning, is there a second space ring in this world? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Ning Ning shook her head and said, I don't know, but I don't think so. After storing the 45 pieces of bloody black gold, Ning Ning gently touched the ring, and it disappeared from Yang Dingtian's finger. If you want to summon the ring, you just have to touch its position and inject some celestial qi then. You can feel it with your heart, Ning Ning said. Yang Dingtian tried and summoned the space ring easily. He looked at Ning Ning and said, When we return to Cloud Sky City, I'll return it to Big Sister Ning Ning. What's the rush? Ning Ning said softly, Wear it until you don't need it anymore. Although Big Sister doesn't have the right to give it to you, I can lend it to you indefinitely. Yang Dingtian's heart warmed. He wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. In this world, there were two women who had deep entanglements with him. One was Dongfang Bingling, and the other was Shimin Yanyan. Both of them were peerless beauties, the world's peerless twins. Dongfang Bingling was his master's choice, and Shimin Yanyan was Shimin Wuya's choice. Although, as a man, Yang Dingtian had been attracted to them before, these two peerless twins were not his choice. Shimin Ningning, who was in front of him, was not as beautiful as Yan Yan and Dongfang Bingling, but her shyness, gentleness, naivety, tolerance, wisdom, and selflessness deeply touched Yang Dingtian. So it could be said that if he could choose, Shimin Ningning would be the best match. However, Yang Dingtian was really not qualified to say this, so he didn't say it. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning rode horses to the Horror Mountain village in the south as Ning Kei and Qin Hongmian. They set off in the morning and trekked for a whole day. When it was dark, they arrived at the notorious Horror Mountain village. The Horror Mountain village was built in the depths of the Black Valley. The whole village was surrounded by an arc-shaped magma abyss, which was thousands of meters wide. There was only a 3-meter-wide stone path leading to the village. One man could hold back 10,000 men. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Ningning were at the entrance of the 3-meter-wide stone path. They looked at the entire Horror Mountain village, which was shrouded in a layer of black fog, which looked even more gloomy. "Who are you?" Two warriors hidden in black cloaks shouted coldly. The black crossbows in their hands were aimed at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning. Qin Hongmian, daughter of the Crimson Stone Fort Master from the Northwest Qin family, Ningning said arrogantly. The two warriors quickly put away the black crossbows and bowed. They said, "Miss Qin, please wait a moment. I will report to the village." Then one of the warriors whistled. A crow flew from not far away and landed in the warrior's hand. The warrior said a few words to the crow that Yang Dingtian couldn't understand. Then the crow flapped its wings and flew toward the Horror Mountain village. More than 10 minutes later, a group of warriors in black walked out of the village with a man in a red robe. They walked toward Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning, together with a luxurious carriage without a roof. "Zhao Mu of the Horror Mountain village welcomes Miss Qin." The man in the red robe bowed and said, Your presence brings light to the Horror Mountain Village. Please get in the carriage." He was Zhao Mu, the young master of the Horror Mountain Village. He was really handsome. His eyebrows were frivolous, which showed that he had drunk too much. Ningning nodded at Zhao Mu and arrogantly stepped into the luxurious carriage. "Let's go in," Zhao Mu ordered, and immediately led Yang Dingtian and Ningning into the Horror Mountain Village. At night, Zhao Mu hosted a banquet and personally accompanied them. Horror Mountain Village was indeed a vassal of the Northwest Qin family. Although Qin Hongyan was a distant branch of the Qin family, Zhao Mu still tried to please her. He was a lecherous man. Other than occasionally glancing at Ningning's enchanting body, he spent most of the time sitting upright. However, the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian and Ningning didn't see any other important members of the Horror Mountain Village during the entire process. From the beginning to the end, only Zhao Mu accompanied them. It was as if he didn't want Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning to see other people in the village, or he didn't want other people to know about Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning. However, Zhao Mu's behavior toward them was indeed very flattering. Throughout the whole banquet, he flattered the two almost all the time. First, he talked about how Qin Hongyan was a lofty mountain. Then he talked about how beautiful and noble Qin Hongyan was. And then he talked about how Ningke was a dragon and phoenix among men. Even if Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning were indifferent and didn't respond, he was still very attentive. At the end of the banquet, Zhao Mu asked, "Mr. Ning, Miss Qin, is there anything that I can do for you this time? As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." Chapter 69. Nothing much. I brought Ning Lang home to meet my father and Uncle Lord. We traveled around and happened to pass by your place. I heard that the architecture of Horror Mountain Village is amazing, so I came to take a look, Ningning said. Ningning said this was their plan. First, they would use Qin Hongyan's identity to request a tour of Horror Mountain Village. They would use Ningning's beast speaker talent to confirm if there were any night owls. If there were, where exactly were they sealed? Logically, the Millennium Owl should be sealed in the depths of the dungeon, just like Yao Rao in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, without arousing Zhao Mu's suspicion, they would find a way to let Ningning enter the dungeon of Horror Mountain Village tomorrow. "No problem. I will personally bring the two of you around the entire village tomorrow," Zhao Mu said. "However, my village is simple and can't be compared to Qin City. I hope the two of you won't be disappointed." "I'm just looking around," Ningning said. Ningning said, "All right, I'm a little tired after a day of traveling. Prepare a room for us to rest in." "Yes." Zhao Mu quickly stood up and said, "I will immediately ask my wife to prepare the best room for the two of you. However, our village is simple and crude. Please forgive us for any neglect." Then Zhao Mu said, "Wanru, bring Miss Qin and Mr. Ning to the best guest room to rest." "Yes." A gentle female voice was heard. Then a plump and beautiful young woman walked in. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," the young woman said to Yang Dingtian and Ning Lang. Zhao Mu said, "Have a good rest. I will come and greet you tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. Then he and Ningning followed the young woman to the Phoenix Perch restaurant to rest. They passed through a garden, went around a long corridor, and walked through a deep alley. "Little sister Hongyan, why don't you recognize me?" the young woman in front suddenly said with a strange tone. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Mu's wife knew Qin Hongyan? That would be bad. "It's you who doesn't recognize me," Ningning said evasively. "Are you still blaming me for stealing third young master?" The young woman said, "After that heartless man got my body, he abandoned me after half a month. Then he sent me to Horror Mountain Village to marry Zhao Mu, that useless person. Don't mention Qin Xiaobai to me," Qin Hongyan said coldly. The young woman in front giggled and said, "What's wrong? You were very infatuated with that heartless man back then." Along the way, Yang Dingtian was on guard. Fortunately, the young woman didn't say anything else. The Phoenix Perch restaurant was an independent attic in a small courtyard. Inside, there were clusters of flowers and brocade. It was indeed the best place in the entire Horror Mountain Villa. This used to be Zhao Wuji's daughter, Zhao Xiu-er's bedroom. It is the best place to stay in Horror Mountain Village. I tried to stay here several times, but I wasn't allowed, the young woman said. This place is very quiet. You can do whatever you want at night. However, I heard that this embroidery building is haunted. Little sister Hongmian, be careful that the female ghost seduces your beautiful husband, the plump young woman said coquettishly. All right, you can go now, Ningning said impatiently. Are you that impatient? The young woman laughed. When she passed by Yang Dingtian, she cast a coquettish glance and said coquettishly, Little sister, you have such good taste. Where did you find such a beautiful husband? It really makes my heart itch. Qin Wanru, don't behave atrociously here, Ningning said. The young woman laughed coquettishly. She walked out and said, Don't worry, I won't steal your man again. When she walked to the door, the young woman suddenly turned around and said, Little sister Hongmian, how did your teeth become so beautiful? Each one of them is like a pearl. They weren't so beautiful before. After she finished speaking, the young woman left immediately. What does she mean? Yang Dingtian said, because he was worried that someone was eavesdropping outside. He didn't say it directly. It seemed like Madame Zhao, Qin Wanru knew Qin Hongmian, but he didn't know how close their relationship was. If they were very close, she might be able to see through Ningning's flaws. I don't know, Ningning said, but even if I have suspicions, I can't confirm it. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking outside vigilantly, Ningning said, Don't worry, there's no one eavesdropping outside now. Ningning's divine sense was very sharp. When she was in Cloud Sky City, as long as someone just walked into her valley, she would immediately know. Do you know this Qin Wanru? Yang Dingtian asked. I know this person, but I've never seen her before, Ningning said. She's a close relative of the Northwest Qin family. Compared to Qin Hongmian, her bloodline is closer to the Northwest Qin family. However, I didn't know that she married into Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian asked, Then is this Qin Wanru familiar with Qin Hongmian? I don't know, Ningning said. The two definitely know each other, but I don't know how close their relationship is. Qin Wanru's parents hold mid-level positions in Qin City, but Qin Hongmian is in Crimson Stone Castle, which is thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Since it's here, let's take it as it comes. No matter what, we'll follow the original plan tomorrow and confirm if there are any night owls. Ningning said, We'll deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. When necessary, we'll act according to the situation. Tonight, take a bath and have a good sleep. After taking a bath, Ningning went straight to bed and crawled into bed. Let's sleep. We still have to fight a battle of wits and courage with that fox, Zhao Mu, tomorrow. I'll sleep on the floor, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Hongmian isn't a pure girl. How can she not sleep in the same bed as her lover? Ningning said. Yang Dingtian immediately climbed onto the bed as well. Sister Ningning, let's sleep with our clothes on, Yang Dingtian said. This way, if anything happens at night, we can take action in time. Qin Wanru said that this small building is haunted, and there aren't any maids around the entire small building. This isn't normal. This will make you look guilty and arouse suspicion, Ningning said. Although Yang Dingtian's eyes were closed, it was obvious he wasn't asleep and was full of vigilance. She immediately said softly, Xiaotian, don't worry and sleep. Sister will know if there's even the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Dingtian absolutely believed this, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sleep. Your heart is in a mess. Can't sleep? Ningning asked in the darkness. Amen, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning sat up and hugged Yang Dingtian's head in her arms, letting the back of his head rest on her body. Her lily-white, hands gently massaged his temples and head. As she massaged, she softly hummed a moving tune. Her small hands seemed to have a magical power. Soon, Yang Dingtian fell into a deep sleep and didn't even dream. I died so miserably, I died so miserably, Yang Dingtian was immersed in the sweetest sleep in the past 2 years when he was suddenly awakened by a mournful cry. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a floating woman's face. It was deathly pale, her eyes were green, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. There was only a face and long hair. There was no body. She just floated on Yang Dingtian's bed. The cry was miserable and gloomy. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and the hair on his back stood up. Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian reached out to grab Ningning, but what he grabbed was a cold little hand, as if she was dead. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He stared at the female ghost and asked, "Who are you? What did you do to Sister Ningning?" "I am Zhao Xiao. I died so miserably." The shadowless female ghost said mournfully, "Say your name." "Are you my enemy?" "Say your name." "My name is Ning Quebec," Yang Dingtian said. "No, you are lying. You are not Ning Ke." The female ghost said sternly, "You are lying. You must be the one who killed me." "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Suddenly, 2 black smoke ropes rushed out from the darkness and wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. He suddenly felt suffocated. "I died so miserably. I will kill you. You are my enemy." Suddenly, the suffocation grew stronger. He wanted to break free from the ropes around his neck and desperately grabbed with his hands. However, he couldn't grab anything. It was an invisible rope. "Dead, dead. You are lying. I will kill you." The woman laughed shrilly. Her voice made people shudder. "Stop!" Suddenly, Ningning's clear voice sounded. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's suffocation disappeared completely. "How dare you show off in front of an expert with such a weak spiritual skill? You are asking for death," Ningning said coldly. Then she stared at a foot away from the head of the bed and grabbed at the air. "Ah!" Suddenly, the headless female ghost let out a blood-curdling scream. Then the scene in front of her changed. The female ghost with only a face suddenly turned into a strange little demon beast. At this moment, it was grabbed by Ningning's small hand. It struggled with all its might and screamed. This demon beast was very strange. It had the wings of a bat and the body of a snake. However, it had a face very similar to a human's. This is a spiritual demon beast. It is called a human-faced demon. Ningning said, "It is very, very rare. It is one of the rarest demon beasts in the world. I didn't expect Horror Mountain Village to have it." Yang Dingtian looked at the human-faced demon and said, "This little thing is so powerful. Spiritual attacks can cause people to hallucinate. It is completely impossible to guard against, especially when one's spiritual defense is at its weakest during sleep." Ningning said, "It seems that the so-called ghost legend was created by this little thing. It must have been sent to test our identities. Do you want to live?" Ningning stared at the human-faced demon and asked. The little beast desperately nodded, but it could not speak. The female ghost's words were just an illusion created by the human brain. The demon beast itself could not speak. "I added 3 spiritual shackles in your brain. If you want to live, do you know how to report it?" Ningning asked. "Just say that you scared us so much that we fainted." The human-faced demon quickly nodded. Then it opened its eyes wide and looked at Ningning pitifully, begging for mercy. "Also, I want to ask you something. Is there a Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village?" Ningning asked. The human-faced demon suddenly opened its eyes wide. After a pause, it quickly shook its head. Ningning's beautiful eyes focused. A wave of spiritual power surged out. Suddenly, the human-faced demon's body twisted in the air and let out a painful scream. "Is there a Millennium Owl?" Ningning continued to ask. The human-faced demon quickly nodded. There really was a Millennium Owl. Is it locked in the depths of the cave? Ning asked. The human-faced demon quickly nodded. Where is the entrance to the cave? Ning asked. The human-faced demon waved its claws and made a strange, squeaking sound. Got it. Go report it. Ning let go of her hand. The human-faced demon flapped its wings and escaped. It said that the entrance to the cave is in the center tower of Horror Mountain Village, Ning said. Chapter 70. It said that the entrance to the crypt is in the central tower of the entire Horror Mountain Village, Ning said. Horror Mountain Village was very big, at least 2,000 to 3,000 acres. The entire village was uneven, and the center was too difficult to find. There were countless towers in the entire Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian had seen at least a dozen of them along the way. Which one was the entrance to the crypt of the Millennium Owl? We need a map of Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian said. Only then can we find the absolute center of the village. But this will definitely arouse Zhao Mu's suspicion. Don't worry, I have a way, Ning said. Then she got up from the bed and walked barefoot to the window. She opened the 2 windows and looked up at the night sky. Yang Dingtian walked forward and put his clothes on her delicate body. Ning closed her eyes and gently stretched her hand out of the window. She was softly chanting a beautiful spiritual language. About 5 minutes later, a night-eye bird flew out of the darkness and landed on Ning's palm. Ning opened her beautiful eyes and gently stroked the bird. She said, Next, this night-eye bird will become my eyes and watch the entire Horror Mountain Village from the sky. This way, I will be able to find the center. But during this time, all my energy will be focused on this night-eye bird. Don't let anything disturb me or touch me. Otherwise, my energy will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He pulled out the flame feather with a solemn expression and guarded beside Ning. He said, I will guard beside you. I won't let anyone disturb you unless I die. Ning smiled gently and then held the night-eye bird in front of her eyes. She stared at it quietly, as if she wanted to pour all her energy into this small night-eye bird. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The night-eye bird's eyes became brighter and brighter, and Ning's eyes became more and more blurred and mysterious. Then, Ning suddenly let go of her hands. The night-eye bird spread its wings and flew out. It broke through the darkness and flew into the sky, circling above the mountain village. The beast speaker was actually so powerful and mysterious. Yang Dingtian held the flame feather in his hand and looked at the darkness outside, as if he was facing a great enemy. Every day felt like a year, and he was afraid that something would happen. Creak! A few minutes later, with a bird cry, the night-eye bird rushed out of the darkness again and flew back to Ning's little hand. Nothing happened in the end. Ning's beautiful eyes gradually regained their luster. Then she took out a small pill and put it into the bird's mouth as its reward. The night bird ate the pill happily and then pecked Ning's palm affectionately. Go, Ning said gently. The night bird flapped its wings and flew away from her palm, disappearing into the darkness. Ning quickly took a pen and paper and drew the general shape of Horror Mountain Village. Horror Mountain Village is round. Half of it is fiery red soil, and the other half is a green pond. There were countless towers in the villa, but there were 6 tallest ones. 5 of them were distributed at the 5 corners of the villa, forming the shape of a pentagram. In the center is the tallest tower, called the tomb. It is where the Zhao family's bones are buried. Ning pointed to the center of the image and said, The crypt where the Millennium Owl is imprisoned is under the tomb tower. It is very heavily guarded. Unless Zhao Mu takes us there, we can't enter at all. Yang Dingtian looked at the shape of the Horror Mountain Village on the map. Most of it was fiery land, and most of it was pond water. This was the half-yin and half-yang land that Xu Piaoyan had mentioned. Looking at the 5 towers in the picture, they were in the shape of a pentagram. Half-yin and half-yang similar to the Tai Chi on Earth. Together with the pentagonal towers, they formed a natural yin-yang five-element formation. The tomb tower in the center was the center of the yin-yang five-element formation. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. This was a natural, perfect yin-yang five-element formation. Originally, he had been hunting for demon nuclei during this time and had not had time to find a place to set up the formation. However, a place to set up the formation was very necessary. Without a place where yin and yang intersected, there was no way to set up the yin-yang five-element formation. Even if there was a place where yin and yang intersected, it still depended on the size of the formation and whether it was strong or not. If the formation was not big enough and strong enough, the amount of heaven and earth mystic qi that could be condensed would be very little. It would not be enough for Yang Dingtian to break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist. Now, a yin-yang five-element formation was in front of him. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. How could Yang Dingtian not be surprised? Perhaps the Horror Mountain village itself was a large formation built to seal the Millennium Owl. However, at this time, it had become the best place for Yang Dingtian to set up the formation. At this time, he had 4 demon nuclei and the yin-yang five-element formation. All that was left was an electric demon nucleus. In the brain of the Millennium Owl, there was an electric demon nucleus. Perhaps it was the only electric demon nucleus within 10,000 miles. Even if the Millennium Owl is sealed, it is still very powerful. Logically speaking, as long as we enter the Horror Mountain village, we should be able to smell its aura. However, I can't smell it now because of this tomb tower. This tower is the burial place of the strong warriors of the Horror Mountain village. The yin qi is very strong and completely covers the aura of the Millennium Owl. Ning Ning said, "Okay, go back to sleep. Tomorrow we will enter the tomb tower and find a way to find the entrance to the crypt to find the Millennium Owl." Then Ning Ning took off the clothes on her body and crawled under the blanket. "Oh, right, Sister Ning. When this little thing returns to its master, will it betray us?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, all spiritual beasts are not loyal. They will listen to whoever is stronger. I believe that within a few thousand miles of this place, there won't be a spiritual beast speaker stronger than me." Ning Ning said, "Go to sleep. We have big things to do tomorrow." At this time, there were still 2.5 days to the Yin-Yang festival. The next morning, Zhao Mu came to greet Yang Dingtian. After breakfast, he accompanied Yang Dingtian and Ning Ning to tour the entire Horror Mountain village. Ning Ning did not look happy the whole time, as if she was still afraid of the nightmare last night. As they toured the entire Horror Mountain village, she showed a disdainful expression. However, Zhao Mu was not unhappy at all. Instead, he explained even more attentively. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw many tall towers. However, there were 5 that were especially tall and had different colors. They were fiery red, ice blue, wind gray, gold, and transparent, and colorless. The 5 towers were placed in the corners of the Horror Mountain village and formed a 5-pointed star, representing the 5 elements. God, this was really a natural yin-yang 5 elements formation. It was thousands of acres large. However, 300 years ago, the owner of the Horror Mountain village built this formation to cooperate with the Yin Tomb Tower to seal and suppress the Millennium Owl. Now, it was the best place for Yang Dingtian to break through. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was even more eager to get the Millennium Owl's electric demon nucleus. After touring for more than 2 hours, they finally walked to the center of the Horror Mountain village according to the original plan. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask the 100-meter-tall tower not far away, "Young master, this tower is probably the tallest building in the Horror Mountain village. What is it used for?" Zhao Mu said respectfully, "This is the tomb tower. It is the burial place of our ancestors." The tomb tower. The entrance to the crypt where the Millennium Owl was imprisoned was inside. They had to find a way to enter. Yang Dingtian immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "So this is the residence of Young Manor, Lord's ancestor." The two of us have disturbed you during your visit to the manor. We must go in and pay our respects. Young manor lord, please lead the way." Zhao Mu hurriedly said, "We don't dare. You two are of noble status. How can you do this? Horror Mountain Village cannot be so disrespectful to you two distinguished guests. Ning Lang, what's so good about that place?" Ning said softly, "I'm not going." Yang Dingtian, who was playing the role of Ning Ke, glared at her. Ning, who was playing the role of Qin Hongyan, quickly said, "Okay, let's go. Zhao Mu, lead the way." But Zhao Mu was in a dilemma. "Just lead the way. What are you waiting for?" Ning scolded. "Is there something shameful inside?" "Do you two really want to go?" Zhao Mu asked. Ning was about to get angry again. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, "If we don't go, the elders will say that we have no manners." "Okay then, please," Zhao Mu said. Then he led Yang Dingtian and Ning to the 100-meter-tall tomb tower. The 100-meter-tall tomb tower looked even more majestic up close. At this time the door was closed, but there was still a cold aura faintly passing through. In the surrounding square, hundreds of guards were on alert. There were also countless giant poisonous arrows hidden in various places. It could be said that the tomb tower was definitely the most heavily guarded place in the entire Horror Mountain village. Zhao Mu went forward and knocked on the door gently. "Who is it?" An indifferent and old voice came from inside. The owner of the voice was definitely a master. "It's me," Zhao Mu said. With a creak, the huge wooden door slowly opened. Suddenly, a cold aura surged out, causing people to feel cold all over and their vision to turn slightly dark. As for the wide open door, it was as dark as the mouth of a demon. "Both of you, please." Zhao Mu bowed and said. Yang Dingtian and Ning took a deep breath, then stepped into the huge tomb tower. The moment they stepped in, the surrounding air became cold. The temperature inside was at least 10 degrees, colder than outside. Ning's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. After entering, Yang Dingtian and Ning couldn't help but exclaim when they looked up. This 100-meter-tall tower didn't have floors. There was only one floor, and it was 100 meters tall from top to bottom. That wasn't all. The entire tower's walls were densely packed with coffins. This was a pentagonal tower. On the 5 walls, there was a huge black coffin 5 meters apart. Half of it was exposed outside, and the other half was buried in the tower's walls. Hundreds of huge black coffins were suspended on the 5 walls, layer by layer. Each coffin contained corpse. After stepping into the ceremony, they were completely surrounded by coffins and corpses. They couldn't help but tremble all over. Their limbs were cold, and they were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Ning slowly closed her beautiful eyes and released her mental strength to search for the Millennium Owl's aura. The yin qi here was extremely dense. Hundreds of powerhouses' corpses were needed to suppress the Millennium Owl's aura. However, there was definitely a trace of its aura. If she knew where to feel the Millennium Owl's aura, then the crypt's entrance must be there. Ning pretended to be suppressed and afraid. She walked around the 1,000-square-meter tower in surprise. She looked up at the hundreds of hanging coffins and exclaimed. However, all her mental strength was searching for the Millennium Owl's aura. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Although Ning's actions were somewhat disrespectful, Zhao Mu didn't stop her. Instead, he bowed and stood aside. When she passed by a brick, Ning's footsteps paused slightly. Her expression changed slightly. Found it. It was here. It was the brick under her feet. Shimin Ning had already felt a strong surge of energy. Even the dense yin qi in the tower couldn't suppress it. There was no doubt that this was the aura of the Millennium Owl. Moreover, this was also the center of the entire tomb tower. The Millennium Owl was right below. Chapter 71. The Millennium Owl was right below them. At that moment, Zhao Mu noticed the strange look on Ning's face. His expression changed slightly and a chill flashed across his face. Yang Dingtian quickly said, "Hongyan, don't be so disrespectful. Quickly kneel down and pay your respects." He must not arouse Zhao Mu's suspicion. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get the electric-type demon core, but he would also die here. Oh! Ningning reluctantly knelt down with Yang Dingtian and kowtowed 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then Yang Dingtian and Ningning stood up and wanted to leave first. They would think of a way to sneak into the tower at night and open the entrance to the dungeon to find the Millennium Owl. However, at that moment, the stone slab under their feet suddenly cracked open and a hole appeared. Yang Dingtian and Ningning suddenly fell. Then an extremely hot aura hit them in the face. Yang Dingtian and Ningning kept falling, and the surroundings became hotter and hotter. It was an extremely huge cave abyss with a diameter of a few thousand meters. Thick and solid rocks formed a dome that supported the entire Horror Mountain village below. In other words, the bottom of the Horror Mountain village was empty. 10,000 meters below was a bottomless magma sea that was a few million square meters wide. The blood-red magma emitted terrifying heat. Once one fell in, even a powerhouse would not be left with a corpse. Bang! Yang Dingtian and Ningning did not fall into the magma sea. Instead, they were caught by a huge stone slab that was suspended in midair and slammed onto the slab. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 black-robed powerhouses landed from the huge entrance and floated around Yang Dingtian. Finally, an old man with a broken face carried Zhao Mu and landed slowly on the other side of the floating slab. The entire floating slab was about 100 square meters. "Both of you have gone through so much trouble to come here for the Millennium Owl," Zhao Mu said slowly. Ningning helped Yang Dingtian up and scolded coldly, "Zhao Mu, how dare you? The Crimson Stone Fort will not let you go. The Qin family will not let you go." "You're not Qin Hongyan at all," Zhao Mu said indifferently. "I found out last night." Yang Dingtian and Li Weo were shocked, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Mu smiled faintly. "Because the woman who brought you to Chiefing Pavilion last night was not my wife, Qin Wanru, and you did not recognize her at all. From that moment on, I knew you were not Qin Hongyan." Yang Dingtian and Ningning looked at each other. They did not expect this to be the flaw. This Zhao Mu was really cunning. "The reason why I pretended to be humble and played along with you was because I wanted to know why you came to my Horror Mountain village," Zhao Mu said. "My guess was right. You really came for the Millennium Owl." Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu's pale and handsome face, and his heart suddenly felt a chill. This person was indeed a fox. He was much more cunning than his father. Perhaps after being beaten into a useless person by Dongfang Bingling, he used all his talents on deep scheming. Of course, even if you're the real Qin Hongyan, you still have to die, Zhao Mu said, because Qin Xiaobai has already ordered the surrounding forces to rape and kill Qin Hongyan if they meet her. As long as they behead her, they will be rewarded greatly. Zhao Mu looked at Ningning's beautiful body and said, "Then I'll make the best of it. After torturing you 100 times, I'll send you to Qin Xiaobai. As for your beautiful lover," Zhao Mu looked at Ning Ke, who was dressed up as Yang Dingtian, and said, "Don't you want the Millennium Owl? Let him be fed to the owl." "Throw him down," Zhao Mu ordered coldly. Suddenly, a black-robed powerhouse swung his sleeve. Suddenly, a huge force came and pushed Yang Dingtian forward. Yang Dingtian's body flew out and fell into the magma abyss. "No!" Ningning screamed and jumped off the stone slab. She desperately reached out to grab Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, she jumped down with Yang Dingtian. At the same time, there was a loud noise in the magma sea 10,000 meters below. Countless blood-red magma gushed out. A huge monster jumped out of the magma sea, revealing half of its ferocious and terrifying body. It opened its huge mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, the entire abyss was trembling. It was the Millennium Owl, an extremely powerful and rare dark creature. Yang Dingtian and Shima Ningning kept falling. They were about to fall into the bottomless abyss and be buried in the Millennium Owl's stomach. Zhao Mu, do you want to get rid of the cold poison? Do you want to regain your strength? Yang Dingtian grabbed Ningning's hand and shouted at Zhao Mu as they fell. At the same time, the Millennium Owl below them had already opened its mouth eagerly, ready to swallow the two of them. Wait. Zhao Mu waved his hand. Whoosh! The old man with a broken face opened his palm at Yang Dingtian. A strong suction force sucked Yang Dingtian and Ningning into the air. Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Is what you said true? If you dare to lie to me, you will definitely suffer the most miserable torture in the world. By then, even death will be an extravagant wish." "I'll prove it to you right away," Yang Dingtian said. "Let me go up." Yang Dingtian nodded. The old man with a broken face suddenly retracted his palm. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Ningning returned to the floating rock. The Millennium Owl, 10,000 meters below, roared angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Prove it to me. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Otherwise, I'll torture your woman here." Zhao Mu said coldly. Yang Dingtian said, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't say the last sentence. Because the two of us are likely to become allies and long-term allies." Then he took out a box and opened it. There was a hollow jade needle inside. The needle was filled with Yang Dingtian's blood. It was about 3 to 4 inches long. "Stick this needle into your arm and you'll see the effect," Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu looked at the jade needle with anticipation and suspicion. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "How can I guarantee that it's not some kind of poison? You can threaten me after I'm poisoned." "Am I such a stupid person?" Yang Dingtian said coldly. "I won't trust anyone," Zhao Mu said coldly. "Stick that needle into your woman first, then give it to me." "Then there's only half of the medicine left," Yang Dingtian said. "Do it," Zhao Mu said. "No," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "I can stab myself, but not my woman, because I don't want her body to have any contact with you, even if it's indirect." Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian up and down for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll stick it into your body, first to test it." Yang Dingtian didn't finish his words. He stabbed the needle into his arm and pulled it out. Zhao Mu waited for a while. After making sure that Yang Dingtian was fine, he said, "Give me the needle." The old man with a broken face grabbed the air and the jade needle was sucked into his hand. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed, then said with a hoarse voice, "It's an item of extreme yang. It's not poisonous." Zhao Mu took the jade needle. His face was full of struggle, but at the same time he was full of anticipation. He didn't want to stick it in for a long time. In this world, no one can cure the cold poison in your body except for me. Instead of living like this without the strength to truss a chicken, it's better to take a risk. It doesn't matter even if you die. Yang Dingtian said, "And even if you don't take the risk, you'll only live for 3 to 5 years at most. The cold poison is gradually invading your heart." As if moved by Yang Dingtian's words, the muscles on Zhao Mu's face twisted. Then he stabbed his arm. Yang Dingtian's extreme yang blood immediately flowed into his body. In an instant, a wave of heat drilled into his arm, inch by inch, and finally spread throughout his body. Zhao Mu's face was filled with disbelief, then ecstasy. Even though Yang Dingtian said it with absolute certainty, he didn't dare to have too much hope. This was because he had been disappointed countless times in the past few years. He was almost in despair, but he didn't expect the effect of this needle to be so amazing. It took effect almost instantly. However, after 3 minutes, the power of the heat gradually weakened and finally disappeared. This jade needle had removed about 1/5 of the cold poison in his body. "What else? What else? Give it to me." Zhao Mu trembled. "Young master, you can only use 1 needle at a time. About 5 needles will be enough to completely remove the cold poison in your body. Yang Dingtian said. Why not remove it all at once? I can give you anything you want, Zhao Mu said excitedly. It's not that easy. Yang Dingtian said, I've poured the extreme yang qi in my body into this jade needle. Once every few hours is the limit. Zhao Mu stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then slowly nodded and said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, sir. Sir, you came prepared this time, right? Zhao Mu asked again. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Indeed, I'm here to make a deal with you. I'll cure your cold poison, and you'll give me the Millennium Owl. Haha. Zhao Mu laughed and said, Sir, you've overdone it. This Millennium Owl is rare in the world. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be as valuable as this Millennium Owl. Sir, you're too greedy. This Millennium Owl is the foundation of my Horror Mountain village. Nothing can be exchanged for it. That's right. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, This Millennium Owl is probably much more valuable than the Millennium Black-tailed Demon Fox in Cloud Sky City. However, in the past 300 years, your village hasn't been able to refine it into a martial soul. It can be said that this Millennium Owl is now worthless to your village. It can even be said that it will become a disaster for your village. In 2.5 days, when the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, this Millennium Owl will become extremely powerful. It will instantly break free from this seal and completely destroy the entire Horror Mountain village. Therefore, using a completely worthless Millennium Owl in exchange for your life, in exchange for your strength, is very worthwhile. Yang Dingtian finally said, If you agree, then we'll make the deal. If you don't, then throw us down to feed the Millennium Owl. Chapter 72. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhao Mu's expression changed. He asked coldly, How do you know all this? This is the top secret of the Horror Mountain village. Other than the village head, no one else knows about it. How do you know all this? In an instant, Zhao Mu's eyes turned cold and severe. If Yang Dingtian were to say something wrong, he might immediately be killed. Yang Dingtian took out a jade pendant. It was a black jade pendant with a monster carved on it. It vaguely looked like the Millennium Owl. Young village head, do you recognize this? Yang Dingtian asked. You've seen my father? Where is he? Zhao Mu trembled. He's already dead, Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu's body shook and he almost fainted. Impossible. My father's cultivation is close to the master level. There are not many people in the world who can kill him, Zhao Mu said sternly. Where did you see him? Outside a cave 8,000 miles away. Yang Dingtian said he found a fire there and wanted to melt the bloody black gold into a sword. He was killed by the heaven fire demonic phoenix. When I met him, he only had half of his body left. He gave me the jade pendant and told you to leave the Horror Mountain village immediately. During the Yin Yang festival, the Millennium Owl will break free from the seal and completely destroy the entire Horror Mountain village. He wanted you to live in a place where no one knows about it for the rest of your life. Most of what Yang Dingtian said was true. There was a fire cloud demonic cave 8,000 miles away. There was a top-grade fire inside and a very powerful heaven fire demonic phoenix inside. This was what Dongfang Minmi told him. Back then, Dongfang Minmi wanted to go there to make a sword, but he found the heaven fire demonic phoenix inside. Therefore, he decisively left and went to find another fire. Father. Zhao Mu cried sadly and knelt on the ground. Zhao Wuji was a cruel and merciless person with a twisted personality. However, he was an exception to his only son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knelt in front of the Yin-Yang school for 3 days and 3 nights for Zhao Mu. Everyone present was silent. Only Zhao Mu was kneeling on the ground, crying in pain. His crying was heart-wrenching and soul-wrenching. After a full 10 minutes, Zhao Mu raised his head. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person. His attitude towards Yang Dingtian had also become gentle. He asked, Was my father at peace in his final moments? Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't say it's peaceful. I'm a little unwilling, but I'm also relieved. Zhao Mu cried bitterly again. He spent his entire life cultivating the sword soul, but in the end he died on it. The heavens are so unfair. Then Zhao Mu wiped his tears and asked, "Then did you bury him? So that he won't be bullied by wild beasts in the wild?" At this moment, Zhao Mu even changed the way he addressed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's face revealed a trace of guilt as he said, "I'm sorry, young master. The situation was very dangerous at that time. The heaven-fire demonic phoenix chased me all the way out, and the entire cave collapsed. I didn't even listen to your father's last words before escaping. But don't worry, most of the fire cloud demonic cave has collapsed. Your father is buried inside and won't be bullied by wild beasts." Hearing this, Zhao Mu believed Yang Dingtian's words even more. "No matter what," Zhao Mu stood up and bowed to Yang Dingtian. I'm sorry," Yang Dingtian said. Then Zhao Mu sighed softly and said, "Since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. Just like what Mister said, this Millennium Owl is not a treasure to my Horror Mountain village, but a disaster instead. It's not a big deal for me to give it to you, but my Horror Mountain village's previous village leaders have been helpless against it. Mister's cultivation is not high, so how will you subdue it?" Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't know either. However, I don't want to subdue it as a martial soul, but I need its demonic core." Zhao Mu was even more shocked and said, "Demonic core? But you want to kill this Millennium Owl? Although its demonic core is precious, compared to the Millennium Owl itself, it's worthless." That's right, hunting the Millennium Owl for its demonic core was 10,000 times more exaggerated than buying the casket and returning the pearl. The value of the Millennium Owl was at least 10,000 times higher than its demonic core. How would I not know? Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "But I really do need its demonic core." Zhao Mu said, "To be honest, although our ancestors sealed this Millennium Owl, it was at its weakest when it was at its weakest. If you want to kill this Millennium Owl now, I think you'll need City Lord Shimin, the Qin family's patriarch, sect leader Dongfang, and other great grandmasters to work together to do it. So, if you want our Horror Mountain village to kill it and take its demonic core, we really can't do it. I can't let others kill it. I have to do it myself," Yang Dingtian said. "How is that possible?" Zhao Mu said, "Even if you're 10,000 times stronger, you can't kill this Millennium Owl. What are you going to do?" "I'll be honest with you, young master, I don't know." Yang Dingtian said, "I can only wait for God's arrangement and risk my life. If God doesn't help me, I'll definitely die." Zhao Mu was shocked and asked slowly, "Why are you doing this? Isn't this a path to death?" "Other than this, I have no other choice," Yang Dingtian said, "but don't worry. Even if I die, I'll cure the cold poison in your body before I die. If I fail and die, please help me send the woman by my side home." "I won't leave," Ningning said gently. Zhao Mu stared at Yang Dingtian. "I still don't understand. I'm thinking that if a mortal can live, they definitely don't want to die. Sir, what you're doing is a path to death. Please be honest. This Millennium Owl is already a disaster. I can give it up because all of us will leave Horror Mountain Village in 2 days. It's equivalent to giving up on this Millennium Owl completely. But I hate lying the most. If you can't convince me, I won't agree." "Convince you what?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Convince me that you'd rather die to get this Millennium Owl's demon core," Zhao Mu said. Then he stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and sighed. After thinking for a few minutes, he raised his head and said slowly, "My name is Yang Dingtian. Is this reason enough?" Suddenly, Zhao Mu was stunned and shocked. Ningning looked at Yang Dingtian worriedly. "Little Tian, why are you?" Of course, Ningning was worried because it was very dangerous for Yang Dingtian to reveal his identity. This was the Northwest Qin family's territory. Although Yang Dingtian was very weak now, he was very valuable. Sir, you're Yang Dingtian, that trash and lunatic. The lunatic who wants to be the new Cloud Sky City Lord, Zhao Mu said. Is this reason enough? Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Zhao Mu nodded and said, It's enough. Originally, I was already at the end of my rope, but compared to you, I'm much luckier. You really are at the end of your rope. In 3 days, I need to break through from an enlightener to a 6-star mystic martial artist. This might be the craziest thing in the world. Yang Dingtian sighed. So, even if there's only a 1% chance, I have to fight with my life. Otherwise, everything I have will be finished. My mission, my wife, my allies. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhao Mu was silent. Suddenly, he smiled at him and said, Yang Dingtian, no wonder you said that you and I are natural allies. That's right, it's because we have a common enemy, Dongfang Bingling. My relationship with her is too complicated. We can't be considered enemies, but our grudges are deeper than that, Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu's face revealed a mocking smile. Yang Dingtian, do you want to hear my story? I was beaten into a trash by Dongfang Bingling. I know a little, Yang Dingtian said, but I'd like to hear more. Everyone said that I was beaten into a cripple because I saw her beauty and had evil thoughts. Zhao Mu's face revealed a sarcastic and pained smile as he said, I was licentious and lecherous and my reputation was in shambles. Back then, my father seduced the enemy and killed all the uncles to take the position of the villa lord. However, my Horror Mountain village also became a vassal of the Northwest Qin clan. The entire Horror Mountain village was notorious. When I walked outside, I didn't dare to reveal my identity. I was afraid of being ridiculed and humiliated. The more it was like this, the more determined I became. I wanted to become strong. I wanted to be chivalrous. I wanted to take back all the reputation that Horror Mountain Village had lost. I wanted to take back the strength that Horror Mountain Village had lost. I wanted Horror Mountain Village to return to being a first-rate power. Zhao Mu's emotions gradually became agitated. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. At that time, I was cultivating every day. How could I care about women? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. That year, I was already 24 years old, but I had never tasted women. I told myself that I had to cultivate until I became a martial ancestor before I could marry and have children. Although Dongfang Bingling was a peerless fairy, how could I take liberties with her? Zhao Mu said, the truth was that at that time, I and a group of Northwest Qin clan disciples went to the land of Purgatory to cultivate. At that time, there was a rumor that there was a scroll of a peerless mystical skill in a secret realm. Many experts flocked there. Qin Huaiyu and I were considered the strongest power at that time. When we entered the land of Purgatory, we met Dongfang Bingling, who was alone. At that time, Qin Huaiyu and the others didn't know that this was Dongfang Bingling. Seeing her peerless beauty, they had evil thoughts. They wanted to bully her, destroy her cultivation, and then take her into their room. At this point, Zhao Mu's voice trembled again. He said, to be honest, Dongfang Bingling was too beautiful. She could bewitch the heart of any man. Although I didn't want to admit it, I was worried that I did have some feelings for her. So I couldn't bear to see her fall into the hands of that bastard Qin Huaiyu. So I took the opportunity to warn her. This is a dangerous place. Why did you, a lone woman, come here to join in the fun? Quickly leave before you get killed. When he reached the last part of his speech, Zhao Mu had enunciated each and every word clearly. That's it. I didn't add a single word, nor did I take a single word away. Zhao Mu gnashed his teeth and said, after she heard it, her eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Then, she suddenly struck me with her palm. I was immediately sent, flying dozens of feet away. All the meridians in my body were torn apart by the cold poison, and I fainted. When I woke up, I was already a cripple. Then, I found out that this woman was Dongfang Bingling. She was the daughter of the Yinyang School's headmaster. She was a direct immortal of the 9 heavens. She was the peerless genius with the highest possibility of becoming a martial saint. Zhao Mu laughed coldly and said, "Then everyone ridiculed me. They said that I was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. I actually tried to molest Dongfang Bingling and deserved to be beaten into a cripple. Not only was my father unable to seek justice, he even had to kneel in front of the Yinyang school for 3 days and 3 nights to beg for their forgiveness. Until now, I've been the laughingstock of the world. What a tyrannical fairy! What a tyrannical Yinyang school! Don't tell me that I deserve to be beaten to death with a single palm and then be trampled on 10,000 feet? Ha!" After he finished speaking, Zhao Mu burst into laughter. However, it was even more miserable than crying. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu, who was crying and laughing. He sighed in his heart and felt endless sympathy for him. This Dongfang Bingling was indeed rude and unreasonable. She had no regard for human life at all. "Brother Zhao Mu, if I can pass this trial, 5 years later, if I can win against Dongfang Bingling, I'll definitely let her return your reputation and give you justice in front of the world." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I can't say that I'll kill her to avenge you, nor can I say that I'll cripple her to vent your anger, because she's my master's only daughter. However, I'll do my best to make her give you justice." Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Then he quietly bowed and said, "Please, Brother Yang." Then Zhao Mu said, "Normally, a man who has been humiliated should take revenge himself. However, I know my own limits. Although I have a 1 in a million talent, even if I wasn't injured before, I would never be Dongfang Bingling's opponent. The distance between us would only grow further and further. In the end, it would be like the difference between heaven and earth. If I want to rely on my own strength to get justice, it would be impossible. Dongfang Bingling is a top talent. Brother Yang, do you have the confidence to defeat her in 5 years?" Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I can only say that I'll do my best. If I can pass this trial in 5 days, then maybe I'll have a bit more confidence. My Xian Vein talent is not inferior to Dongfang Bingling's. However, she's too far ahead. Therefore, I can only take a path that no one else has taken before. Only then will I have a chance of winning." Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Brother Yang, then I'll officially hand this Millennium Owl over to you. I hope you can succeed." Chapter 73. Yang Dingtian said, "If I succeed, I'll treat Horror Mountain Village and Brother Zhao Mu as my ally. If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. It's a deal." Zhao Mu extended his hand. "It's a deal." Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Zhao Mu said, "Normally, I should let the 2 of you out and treat you as my honored guests. However, there are many spies of the Northwest Qin family in my village. Since I've captured you, if I let you out as my honored guests, it will arouse their suspicion. Therefore, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to stay here for a few days. After I've made the necessary arrangements, I'll let the 2 of you out." His so-called arrangements were definitely to find a woman similar to Qin Hongmian. After disguising herself, he would chop off her head and secretly give it to Qin Xiaobai. "I don't need to go out. This place is perfect. I can observe this Millennium Owl," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I'll take my leave first. I'll settle this matter properly. If the 2 of you want to leave, just let me know. However, before I settle this, it's best not to leave the Tomb Tower," Zhao Mu said. "I'll send 3 meals a day and other necessities over." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. "Goodbye." Zhao Mu said, "Bring the young master out," the masked man suddenly said. "I have something to say to Mr. Yang Dingtian." "Yes." Immediately, a black-robed man carried Zhao Mu and floated up, leaving the Tomb Tower's entrance. After everyone left, the masked man said slowly, "Little brother, you lied." Hearing the masked man's words, Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. Village Master Zhao Wuji didn't die in the so-called demon cave. He should have died in your hands. Even if he didn't, it shouldn't be too far off. The masked man's fiery red eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me." The entrance of the fiery cloud demon cave collapsed at least 5 years ago, maybe even earlier. Yang Dingtian was shocked. His words were almost flawless. How did this masked man know? Shimin Ningning's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. She was about to circulate her qi and use the mental confinement spell. "Because I went to the fire cloud demon cave 5 years ago," the old man said. "Your lie is flawless, but I just happen to know this flaw, so I know you're lying." "That doesn't prove that I killed Zhao Wuji," Yang Dingtian said. "Your talent is extremely shocking. The Manor Lord will kill anyone with such high talent the moment he sees them. So you must have fallen into the Manor Lord's hands before. But in the end you lived and he died. Then his death is definitely related to you. Even though I don't know what method you used to kill him," the old man said slowly. Yang Dingtian's heart was shaken. Who was this old man? He was actually so wise. Although he had never seen him before, his guess was almost accurate. He could have exposed Yang Dingtian earlier, but he didn't. Instead, he waited until everyone had left before pointing out that Yang Dingtian was lying. "Mister, what advice do you have for saying all this at this time?" Yang Dingtian asked slowly. The old man slowly walked in front of Yang Dingtian. He looked at Ningning's actions from the corner of his eyes and said, "Girl, your talent is extremely shocking, but your mental confinement spell is useless against someone of my level." Ningning was shocked after being exposed. Then she smiled and withdrew her qi. She said, "Old mister, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't scare us two juniors." The old man reached out and grabbed Yang Dingtian's pulse. A wave of qi suddenly drilled into his body. This wave of qi was extremely powerful and quickly spread throughout Yang Dingtian's body. Then he suddenly revealed a shocked expression and said slowly, "What a strong talent! It is indeed unfathomable. No wonder Shimanwuya and Dongfang Minmi both took a fancy to you." There weren't many people in the world who could see through Yang Dingtian's profound vain talent, but this old man was actually able to do it. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Senior, who are you?" The old man didn't answer Yang Dingtian's question, rather continued, "The reason why I didn't expose you just now is because other than Zhao Wuji's matter, you didn't lie. Moreover, your conduct is not bad. When you agreed to high-five with Zhao Mu, you were even more sincere. If I didn't guess incorrectly, the thing that can cure the cold poison in Zhao Mu's body is not yang qi condensed into jade needles, but your blood. Your blood is the most yang thing." Yang Dingtian nodded his head and said, "That's right. Actually, I can completely cure brother Zhao Mu now. No need. Just divide it into 5 times. The old man said, "Zhao Wuji dying in your hands is definitely his fault. He is already crazy. If he doesn't die today, he will die tomorrow. But young man, you have to remember, you have to keep your promise today, understand?" "I will, senior." Yang Dingtian said, "If one day I become strong, I will definitely get justice for brother Zhao Mu. Not only that, you have to liberate Horror Mountain Village from the hands of the Northwest Qin clan." The old man said. Yang Dingtian was startled and said, "I will do my best." "Of course you have to do your best. The Northwest Qin clan won't sit by and watch you become strong. Once they find out that you will become a threat to them, they will do everything possible to get rid of you," the old man said. What he said was indeed correct. The Northwest Qin clan didn't kill Yang Dingtian now because the current Yang Dingtian was a crazy trash. He wasn't a threat to the Qin clan at all. On the contrary, he was still somewhat useful. "Zhao Mu is a good child. Although you killed his father, I hope you don't have any knot in your heart. Treat him with sincerity. He won't disappoint you," the old man said. "I will," Yang Dingtian said. "I believe in you." The old man said, "Shimanwuya and Dongfang Minmi are both top heroes. I believe in their foresight. However, no one can help you with this Millennium Owl. You have to completely rely on yourself. I will wait and see." Then the old man slowly rose up and said farewell. Seeing the old man fly higher and higher and about to leave the abyss, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Senior, may I know your name?" The old man's body froze, and then he slowly said, "Zhao Wuji." Zhao Wuji. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Wasn't this person already dead? Zhao Wuji only wanted to cripple my martial arts and imprison me when he fought for the position of Villa Head. He didn't want to kill me. It was the Northwest Qin clan who killed all the experts of Horror Mountain Village and threw me into the magma, burning me to this state. That day it was Zhao Mu who saved me. Then he secretly hid me and found countless medicines to save me. Zhao Wuji slowly said, "So this child is not bad. Don't let him down." "Yes, senior." Yang Dingtian bowed. Zhao Wuji gently waved his sleeve, and the stone door above his head opened. Zhao Wuji jumped out, and the stone door closed again. "This person is actually Zhao Wuji. No wonder he is so strong," Ningning said. Ningning said, "He's only one step away from becoming a master. If Zhao Wuji hadn't been crazy enough to lure the enemy in, I'm afraid that Horror Mountain Village would have become the third power within a few thousand miles, second only to the Northwest Qin family and Cloud Sky City." Yes, Zhao Wuji got the position of Villa Head, but Horror Mountain Village has completely fallen. "This person is really stupid," Yang Dingtian said. At this time, no matter which faction it was, as long as they had a grandmaster, their power would have a qualitative leap and they would immediately become the strongest power in the world. This was because the grandmasters were a very small circle. As long as one entered this circle, the strongest group of people in the world would recognize one and recognize one's position. This world is really full of talents. Yang Dingtian praised. Horror Mountain Village isn't in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, but they almost had a grandmaster. Ningning said, "Actually, the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches are just the result of the large sects monopoly. Those on the list might not be strong, and those not on the list might not be strong." Yang Dingtian said, "If Zhao Wuji didn't get framed and successfully became a grandmaster, would he become an expert on the same level as Uncle Shimin?" "No, he is only a grandmaster," Ningning said. "Foster father is a grandmaster, but he usually keeps a low profile. Before the battle at sea, the world thought he was only a grandmaster. Grandmasters are the top experts in the world. The gap between grandmasters and grandmasters is like heaven and earth. Most grandmasters can't cross it in their lifetime." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "How many grandmasters are there in the world?" "In the world, there are only Foster Father, sect leader Dongfang, Zhu Qingzhu, and the sect leader of the Yin sect." Shimin Ningning said, "Foster Father's Xian Meridian talent is the weakest among the 4, but he is also the most likely to become the top expert in the world. If it wasn't for the accident, Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't be Foster Father's opponent in 5 years. Sect leader Dongfang might not be Foster Father's opponent in 10 years. In 20 years, Foster Father could even fight with the sect leader of the Yin sect." Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly twitched. Shiminmia was supposed to be the top expert in the world, but he died prematurely to save him. "Uncle Shimin, I will complete your unfinished mission, even if I have to give up everything. Millennium Owl, you are my first step." Yang Dingtian looked at the sea of magma 10,000 meters below. At this time, the Millennium Owl had completely dived into the magma. His eyes were fixed on the Millennium Owl's position as if they could penetrate the magma. "Master, the Millennium Owl is below. How should I kill it and get its demon nucleus?" Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a long time, then said, "God is really playing a big joke on you. You only need a low-level electric demon nucleus. But he gave you an extremely powerful Millennium Owl, a Lord-level demonic beast that is even more terrifying than a great Grandmaster-level demonic beast." Yes, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. Dongfang Minmi continued. Although its energy is completely sealed, it still has an invincible defense. Its skin has been bombarded by lightning countless times and is already harder than any metal. Almost all weapons can't penetrate its shell. Dongfang Nimi continued. Although its Xian Qi has been sealed, its physical strength is extremely domineering. It has the strength of at least 1,000,000 kilograms. Even if a master stage expert approaches it, they will be killed with a single slap. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly cried out in shock. Even a great grandmaster-level demonic beast couldn't do anything to the Millennium Owl, but he, an enlightener, wanted to kill it alone. This was more exaggerated than a fairy tale. Master, is there no way to kill this Millennium Owl? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. You can kill it, Dongfang Minmi said, but you need 2 things. Chapter 74. Master, what are the 2 items? Yang Dingtian asked. The first item is the peerless bloody black gold sword, Dongfang Minmi said. Only the peerless bloody black gold sword can pierce through the Millennium Owl's shell. The peerless bloody black gold sword was forged with 999 pieces of bloody black gold. Ah! Yang Dingtian let out an astonished cry. This item was way too difficult. However, he immediately remembered. Uncle Master Shimon's soul sword is a peerless bloody black gold sword. There are still 2.5 days until the Yin Yang festival. We can still go back and get it. No, Dongfang Minmi said. It has to be your own bloody black gold sword. Your Uncle Master Shimon's sword is a peerless bloody black gold sword, but other than him, no one else can use it. As long as it's not the owner of the soul sword, no matter who uses it, the sword's spirit inside will immediately attack until the user is killed. It's because of this that no one dares to touch your Uncle Master Shimon's soul sword. Otherwise, the whole world would go crazy to fight for his peerless soul sword. Yang Dingtian thought about it and felt that it was indeed so. After Shimin Wuya's incident, some people in Cloud Heaven City had been eating in an unsightly manner. However, no one had ever coveted that peerless soul sword. Then it was too difficult. It had to be his own bloody black gold sword. Yang Dingtian's bloody black gold was still with the Lord of the Deep Abyss. Where could he get a peerless bloody black gold sword? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something and asked, Master, can an ownerless bloody black gold soul sword work? Dongfang Minmi said, Yes, because it's purely physical damage. As long as the sword is hard and sharp enough, it'll work. Yang Dingtian said, Zhao Wuji has a failed bloody black gold soul sword. It's a peerless bloody black gold sword forged with 99 pieces of bloody black gold. A bloody black gold sword forged with 99 pieces of bloody black gold is indeed very difficult. Dongfang Minmi said, Of course, if this night owl has been injured before, then the wound will be especially weak. The best quality bloody black gold sword might be able to pierce through, but I can't guarantee it. No matter what, I have to give it a try, Yang Dingtian said. But I don't know if Zhao Wuji's failed bloody black gold sword is still in the villa. Even if it's in the villa, now that Zhao Wuji is dead, it's impossible for Zhao Mu to contribute this sword, Dongfang Minmi said. That's right. The other party was willing to hand the Millennium Owl over to Yang Dingtian to deal with, which was already a great favor, but they still wanted him to hand over the blood black gold soul sword. Master, what's the second condition for killing the Millennium Owl? Yang Dingtian asked. Although the Millennium Owl's celestial qi has been sealed, it still has more than 1,000,000 pounds of strength. Even a master-level expert would be torn to pieces as soon as they get close. Dongfang Minmi said, So you need something to completely seal the Millennium Owl so that it can't move. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked. We'll talk about it when you get the top-grade bloody black gold sword, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded. 2 hours later, Zhao Mu personally delivered fine wine and food to him. This time he was not carried down by someone, but hung down in a large cage. Brother Yang, Do you have any plans on how to kill this Millennium Owl? Zhao Mu asked. Ning Ning placed the wine and food on the table and poured wine for Yang Dingtian and Zhao Mu. Yang Dingtian drank a mouthful of wine and said, To kill this Millennium Owl, you need a top-grade bloody black gold sword to pierce through its shell. Zhao Mu was slightly shocked, then said, There are less than 5 bloody black gold swords in the entire world. Zunyu and your master both have top-grade bloody black gold swords, but you can't use them. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I only need a low-grade, lightning-type monster, but I have to face a Millennium Owl. A lightning-type monster is a pure energy creature. It's too rare, Zhao Mu said. It's because it's rare. When my Zhao clan obtained it, we disregarded everything and moved here to build Horror Mountain Village in order to subdue and refine it into our martial soul. I'll take it as a test from God, Yang Dingtian said. Then the two stopped talking about the Millennium Owl and started chatting about some trivial matters in the western mainland, Cloud Sky City, and the Northwest Qin clan. Yang Dingtian didn't ask for Zhao Wuji's top-grade bloody black gold sword either. After they finished eating, Zhao Mu said, The two of you can leave and rest in the tomb tower. I'll be done with everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. Then, the two of you can stay in the Horror Mountain Village. This place is pretty good, Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu took the food box and was about to leave. Brother Zhao Mu, please wait. Yang Dingtian suddenly called out. He took out a jade box and opened it. He took out 4 jade needles and pierced them into his chest to absorb his blood. Then he put the 4 jade needles into a cold jade box and handed it to Zhao Mu. I didn't know Brother Zhao Mu's character before, so I lied and said that I needed 4 times to make the needles. Actually, the needles are only filled with my blood. I'm afraid that there will be unforeseen events, so I'll give the remaining 4 needles to you. You only need to pierce them into your meridians and rest for half a year. You should be able to recover most of your previous cultivation. Zhao Mu was stunned for a moment. The muscles on his face twitched slightly and his eyes turned red. He wanted to say something, but didn't. He took the jade box from Yang Dingtian's hand and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Yang, for giving me a new lease of life. I'm ashamed. Yang Dingtian went forward and helped him up. Zhao Mu raised his head and hesitated for a moment. Then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. The Han clan doesn't have a top-grade bloody black gold sword, but we do have a top-grade bloody black gold sword. Furthermore, it's an ownerless item. It was forged by my father more than 10 years ago. However, a few years ago, he failed to refine the spirit in the sword. The sword spirit went crazy and turned into a demon. It actually devoured its master and became an ownerless item. Why is it like this? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. Zhao Mu sighed. It's all because my father was too impatient. 20 years ago, my father found a bloody black gold mine. There were exactly 99 of them. After another 5 years, my father found a flame vein essence and asked a top-grade expert to lend him his mysterious flame. However, the sea spirit crystal used to make the sea spirit sword really couldn't be found. He went to every sect and every auction house, but he still couldn't find the sea spirit crystal. After all, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. Time passed year after year. If he really didn't want to wait any longer, he thought of another method. He used the demon core of a 1,000-year-old monster as a replacement, using a top-grade demon core to replace the sea spirit crystal. Yang Dingtian knew a little about it. There were also successful examples in history. However, most of them failed because the demon core of a top-grade demon beast was filled with the powerful energy and aura of the demon beast itself. Once it was refined into a sword, the sword spirit would most likely go crazy and attack its owner. My father found an ancient 1,000-year-old demon core in a declining sect. It was a mystical fire Kylin. It died during the Great Cataclysm. Later, its corpse was dug up and treated as heirloom. My father wanted to use up all the wealth of the villa to buy the mystical Fire Kylan's demon core, but the other party didn't agree. Zhao Mu paused for a moment and continued. So, my father used a very dishonorable method to get the demon core. He said that he would use the Millennium Owl to exchange for it, but he deliberately said that the Millennium Owl was dozens of times weaker. So, the sect invited many friends and dozens of experts to subdue the Millennium Owl. In the end, they all died under the claws of the Millennium Owl. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Dozens of experts died under the claws of the sealed Millennium Owl, but Yang Dingtian was only one person. In the end, my father obtained the 1,000-year-old fire-type demon core and protected the Millennium Owl. He took the bloody black gold, flame vein essence, and the supreme-grade fire demon core to the Northwest Qin clan. He borrowed the Qin clan master's mystic fire to forge the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword. Zhao Mu sneered and said, "My father was really blinded by greed. How could the Qin clan master allow my father to cultivate a sword soul? How could he allow another grandmaster-level expert to appear in the Western mainland?" So, as you can imagine, this supreme-grade bloody black gold sword was a failure the moment it was forged. Brother Yang, this ownerless, supreme-grade bloody black gold sword is in the villa. I can find a way to give it to you. Zhao Mu said, but I need some time because I don't have the final say in the villa. I need to convince some people and even take some measures. After all, this is an ownerless, supreme-grade bloody black gold sword. Many people in the villa have fantasies about this sword. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply. My father has sinned a lot in his life. If he can use this sinful sword to do something, it may not be a bad thing for the Zhao clan. Zhao Mu said, however, this is all I can do for you. As for how to kill this Millennium Owl, I can't do anything about it. Brother, Zhao has already done a lot. Yang Dingtian is already very grateful. Yang Dingtian said, I'm just giving myself hope that there will be a day when I get justice, Zhao Mu said. Out of the two conditions, one was finally achieved. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu's back as he left. His heart was filled with endless gratitude. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. He really couldn't imagine that the young master of Horror Mountain Villa was such a person. Master, can you tell me what the second condition is to kill the Millennium Owl? Yang Dingtian asked, What do I need to use to completely trap the Millennium Owl? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment before he said, Child, you are the most hard-working person I have ever met. You are also the most strong-willed person. You have already won by coming so far. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What did his master mean? Next, I might advise you to return to Cloud Sky City and apologize to Yin Yin. Then use the yin-yang intercourse technique to break through to become a 6-star Xian martial artist. Child, there is no shame. You have already done your best. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled and said, What? What does this mean? You can't kill the Millennium Owl, but I know that you will not be satisfied if you don't work hard to the limit. Now, you have already worked hard to the limit, Dongfang Minmi said. You can't kill the Millennium Owl. Even a master can't kill it. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Master, no matter what, tell me, what is the second thing I need to kill the Millennium Owl? No matter how impossible it is, at least tell me what it is. Deep-sea black poison. Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Deep-sea black poison, the most powerful poison in the world. It was Naga's last life-saving item. It could destroy everything, including life, celestial chi, and spirit. The Naga race was the most powerful and mysterious race in the world. For thousands of years, no one had really seen it. Chapter 75. Just one drop of the deep-sea black poison was enough to completely destroy the Millennium Owl. It could paralyze it completely and render it immobile. However, it was impossible to get the deep-sea Xian poison. There was no possibility at all. This was the Naga's last life-saving item. Who in this world had seen the Naga? Moreover, the Naga was the most powerful race in the world. Who could defeat the Naga? Therefore, Dongfang Minmi knew that it was the same whether he said the second item or not. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's complexion turned deathly pale. He had worked so hard to get to this point. He was unwilling to give up. Yang Dingtian walked to the edge of the stone slab and looked down at the gigantic millennium owl in the magma. Of course, he could only see one of its eyes. The terrifying magma that could melt people had no effect on it. It was as if it was soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, it looked at Yang Dingtian lazily without any reaction. It was like a human looking at an ant. As long as Yang Dingtian did not disturb it, it would definitely ignore Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian really had the urge to close his eyes and jump down. He would take a knife and stab the Millennium Owl's head. Even if he was torn to pieces, he would accept it. "Little Tian, what's wrong?" Shimin Ningning, who had been paying attention to Yang Dingtian, asked. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and suddenly remembered the deep sea Xian clothes that he was wearing. It was given to him by Shimin Ningning. He wanted to ask Ningning about the deep sea Xian poison, but before he could say anything, he swallowed it back. Needless to say, the deep sea Xian poison and the deep sea Xian clothes were completely different. The deep sea Xian clothes was the skin shed by the Naga. It could fall anywhere in this world. However, the deep sea Xian poison was the last life-saving item of the Naga. It could only be in the Naga's body. No matter how mysterious Ningning's identity was, how could she get the deep sea Xian poison? "No, you must have something to say." "You must say it," Ningning said firmly. "If you treat me as family, then say it." Ningning's gaze was still gentle, but it was filled with determination. "In addition to the best quality bloody black gold, I also need to completely trap the Millennium Owl so that it can't move. Only then can I kill it," Yang Dingtian said. "However, there is almost nothing in the world that can trap it." Ningning lowered her head slightly and looked at the Millennium Owl in the magma below. Her beautiful eyes were lost in thought. A moment later, Ningning suddenly said, "Little Tian, there is something that can completely paralyze the Millennium Owl. That is the deep sea black poison." Yang Dingtian was shocked. He didn't mention the deep sea Xian poison because he didn't want Ningning to worry about something impossible. However, he didn't expect Ningning to mention the deep sea Xian poison herself. This is Naga's last life-saving item. It is the most difficult thing in the world to get. A mature Naga is much stronger than the Millennium Owl, Shimin Ningning said. The deep sea Xian poison is really something that is impossible to get. Yes, the deep sea Xian poison was almost impossible to get. At least, it was much more difficult than the demon nucleus of the Millennium Owl. However, little Tian, since God has let you go to this step, he will not give you a dead end. Ningning looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. The deep sea Xian poison may be an impossible task for the whole world, but there is one exception, and that is me. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly widened and looked at Ningning in disbelief. Ningning walked to Yang Dingtian and reached out to touch his face. She said softly, "There are still 2 days before the Yin-Yang festival. In 24 hours, I will leave to get the deep sea Xian poison. You wait here for me to come back." She was going to get the deep sea Xian poison? Naga's last life-saving item? How was she going to get it? Where was she going to get it? Yang Dingtian had a lot of questions to ask, but in shock, he found that he could not even speak. "Time is really tight, but you must wait for me to come back before you make a move. Before I come back, no matter how urgent the situation is, you must not make a move. You would rather give up than make a move, understand?" Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian did not answer for a while. Ningning held his face and said, "Little Tian, promise me. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I leave." "Yang Dingtian, Sister Ningning, I don't know where you're going to get the deep sea Xian poison, nor do I know how you're going to get it. These are secrets I won't ask, but I can't let you go alone. I want to go with you." Yang Dingtian's expression was also very firm. Fool, you can't go to that place. Only I can go, Ningning said softly. No, I don't agree. Yang Dingtian, I would rather fail this breakthrough than let you take the risk. Everything I do is to save, not to destroy. Ningning said, There won't be any danger, but the journey will be very long, tens of thousands of miles, and we will pass through some very special places. Most of the time, I will be flying above the clouds, so there won't be any danger. Yang Dingtian, I don't believe it. How can there be no danger in a place with the deep sea Xian poison? There really won't be any danger. It won't even be as dangerous as the journey from the abandoned mine to the Horror Mountain village, Ningning said. It will just be a little troublesome, because I haven't finished some of my tasks yet. It's not time to go there yet. Then, Ningning stuck out her tongue and said, Okay, I can't say any more. If I say any more, it will involve some secrets. Yang Dingtian, you have already revealed a lot of secrets. Ningning said softly, Again, I have a big secret, but I can't tell you now. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. Okay, time is tight. I have to go and come back quickly. After I finish my disguise, I will set off, Ningning said. Then, she took out a jade box and started to disguise herself again. Yang Dingtian suddenly hugged Ningning and sniffed her body fragrance. No, I still don't want you to go. I don't believe that there is no price to pay for obtaining the deep-sea Xian poison. I don't want you to pay any price. Ningning reached out and caressed Yang Dingtian's face. Price? I have already paid the biggest price to hide in Cloud Sky City. What other price can I pay? Don't worry. For others, even your master, Dongfang Minmi, the strongest person in the world, it is almost impossible for them to obtain the deep-sea Xian poison. But for me, it isn't that difficult. But why can't I obtain the deep-sea Xian poison myself? Why must you take the risk? Yang Dingtian asked. Oh, Ningning coquettishly laughed and said, You are such a male chauvinist. Can't you accept a little favor from a little girl like me? Then Ningning said softly, Little Tian, no one in this world can be alone. Everyone has to share with others. Sharing is not only about the fruits and happiness, but also about the worries and difficulties. Soon, Ningning finished her disguise and changed into a completely different face. This was a very delicate face, like a beautiful girl from a humble family. Then, she held Yang Dingtian's face in her hands and looked at him deeply for a while. Then she said seriously, Little Tian, promise me. You must wait for me to come back before you make a move. If I don't come back, no matter how urgent the situation is, you are not allowed to make a move, even if it will fail. Promise me, or else I won't be able to leave in peace. I promise you. If you don't come back, I won't make a move, Yang Dingtian said seriously. Good, Ningning said softly. She pouted her cherry lips and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Then she shouted, Senior Zhao Wuji, please let me go up. Suddenly, a wooden cage with iron chains hung down. Ningning walked in. Yang Dingtian wanted to follow, but Ningning gently pushed him and said, Don't send me off. I'll be back in 2 days. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, You said it before, there won't be any danger. Ningning giggled and said, I won't be in any danger this time, but who knows what danger it will be to you in the future. Yang Dingtian looked at the wooden cage, rising quickly, and Ningning's figure getting farther and farther away. Little Tian, I'll be back in 2 days. Wait for me. Ningning said, I will. Ka! After the wooden cage rose to the ground, the door closed and Ningning's figure could no longer be seen. After Ningning left, Yang Dingtian did nothing. He only sat on the ground and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing, waiting for the final moment to come. A day had passed. There was still 1 more day before the Yin-Yang festival, which was 24 hours. Ningning said that the place she wanted to go this time was very far, at least tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian didn't know what kind of flying beast could fly tens of thousands of miles in 2 days. But since Ningning said it, it must be true. In the afternoon, Zhao Mu and Zhao Wuji came in front of Yang Dingtian again. Zhao Wuji had a long box in his hand. The box was blue and emitted a cold aura. This was a box carved from Xian ice-cold jade. It had a terrifyingly cold temperature, to the point that even an expert like Zhao Wuji had to wear gloves to hold it. Inside is my father's tyrannical top-grade bloody black gold sword. It needs to be in the Xian ice box to be able to contain its tyrannical aura. Zhao Mu said, I let Uncle Wuji try it. After taking out the sword from the Xian ice box, I can't hold it for more than 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, the tyrannical sword spirit will awaken and destroy anyone who holds it. Of course, Zhao Mu wasn't finished. The sword spirit that wasn't refined was very strong. Once it started to backfire, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for half a second and would die. Zhao Wuji opened the Xian ice box and revealed the top-grade bloody black gold sword. The entire sword was very mighty and overbearing. Its aura was very oppressive, unlike Shimen Wuya's soul sword. This sword is called Limitless. It has the same name as Zhao Wuji. The sword is 3 feet long and weighs 80 pounds. Zhao Wuji introduced. From now on, this sword belongs to you. Chapter 76. Yang Dingtian realized that there was a fiery red crystal embedded in the sword hilt. This should be the 1,000-year demon nucleus. The entire sword was as black as ink, and there were tiny cracks on it. These cracks were caused by the sword spirit's violent backlash, Zhao Wuji said. So, this sword can no longer be used. Once it's held in someone's hand, the sword spirit will immediately go berserk. Not only will it bite the person holding the sword, but it will also completely destroy the sword. So, remember, you must hit the target with 1 hit. You can't hold the sword for more than 3 breaths. Otherwise, you will be killed by the berserk sword spirit. Zhao Wuji also emphasized, you also have to pay attention. Although this 1,000-year owl celestial chi is sealed, its outer shell is extremely hard. Even this top-grade bloody black gold sword may not be able to pierce through it. However, 300 years ago, its head was hit by a sword, leaving a deep wound. Although it has healed now, the defense of the wound is definitely not as good as the other parts of the shell. You must stab that wound. Then, Zhao Mu took out a picture of the 1,000-year owl. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw the owl's true appearance. It had a flat and pointy ugly head, a long snake-like neck full of barbs, a body that was neither too big nor too small, with 2 incomparably huge wings and a long tail. The edges of the wings were as sharp as blades. The long tail was full of barbs. Its 2 hind legs were very thick and huge. Its 2 front legs were thin and long, almost out of proportion. The 4 claws on each front leg were like tens of meters of sharp blades, ferocious and terrifying. In general, the 1,000-year owl was very ugly, ferocious, and fierce. Every inch of it was filled with a murderous aura. It was indeed a dark creature that had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts, as if it had come from hell. The wound on its head is here, at the center of its head. Zhao Mu pointed at the owl in the picture. You must remember, after pulling out the sword, directly stab it. There is no second chance. Of course, everything is based on the fact that Miss Shimen Ningning can return with a treasure that can completely restrain the Millennium Owl. I believe her. Yang Dingtian then reached out to take the profound ice sword box that contained the bloody black gold sword. Put on the gloves. You won't be able to withstand this terrifying cold, Zhao Mu hurriedly said. However, Yang Dingtian had already held the entire sword case, and his arms suddenly sank. It was indeed very heavy, more than 50 kilograms. It was indeed very cold, not inferior to the depths of the unfreezing pond. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was actually safe and sound while holding the profound ice sword box, Zhao Mu sighed and said, "As expected, you have the extreme yang profound veins. Truly astonishing." Yang Dingtian smiled and placed the profound ice sword case on the ground. Now that he had the bloody black gold sword for killing the Millennium Owl, all he had to do was wait for Ningning to return with the deep-sea mystic poison. It was already the last day. In another 5 hours, the 2 moons would cover the 2 suns, and the yin-yang day that occurred once in 300 years would arrive. At that time, it would also be the time for Yang Dingtian to use the 5-element yin-yang array to break through his mystic qi. However, Ningning still hadn't returned. Zhao Mu had already moved most of the people in Horror Mountain Village. If they couldn't kill the Millennium Owl, then the Millennium Owl, whose energy had skyrocketed and broke the seal, would destroy the entire Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian had been waiting with his eyes closed on the suspended stone slab, occasionally lowering his head to look at the Millennium Owl below. Today's Millennium Owl was a little different from before. Previously, although its entire body was submerged in the magma, its 2 eyes were open while floating above. However, today its eyes were still closed, as if it was brewing something. Even the magma in the entire abyss seemed particularly quiet today. There was no eruption or surging. In the silence, there seemed to be terrifying energy brewing. The 2 suns had already risen, but Shimin Ningning still hadn't returned. An hour passed, and the 2 suns shone brightly. The entire earth was bright and resplendent, but Ningning still hadn't returned. 2 hours later, the sun was setting in the east, but Ningning still hadn't returned. 3 hours later, 4 hours later, at this time, the 2 suns had already hung in the middle of the sky, baking the entire earth. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds in sight. The hottest time of the day, noon, was coming. There was only half an hour left before the solar eclipse. However, Ningning still hadn't returned. Although Yang Dingtian's eyes were still closed, his body had begun to tremble slightly. His heartbeat had begun to accelerate, his breathing had begun to become uneven, and his mind was in a mess. Why isn't Sister Ningning back yet? Is she in danger? Or is she not coming back? He couldn't help but touch the mysterious ice sword case many times. If Ningning still didn't come back, it would really be too late. Not only would the yin-yang 5-element formation fail, but the Millennium Owl would also break free from the seal and directly tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. It would tear the entire Horror Mountain Village and the surrounding 100 miles into pieces. Kacha! Suddenly, the stone door above his head opened. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes in ecstasy. He stood up and was about to shout, "Brother Yang, it's me." The person who came was Zhao Mu. Zhao Wuji carried him on his back and slowly descended, landing on the floating stone slab. "Brother Zhao Mu, why aren't you leaving?" Yang Dingtian asked. Zhao Mu came in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "We're leaving soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. However, you have to come with us. We have a total of 3 mounts." "I won't leave," Yang Dingtian said. "You have to go. I can't just watch you die here." Zhao Mu said, "Miss Ningning really can't make it back in time. There's less than half an hour before the solar eclipse." Yang Dingtian's lips trembled. She said she would make it back, so she will definitely make it back. Although I said it very dryly, I really do think so. "No, you've just sacrificed too much and don't want to give up," Zhao Mu said. "A man should be able to pick up and let go. So what if you miss the Yin-Yang festival this time? Is there no next chance?" "There really isn't, Brother Zhao Mu." Yang Dingtian said, "The only chance I have to break through my Shen Qi is this Yin-Yang festival. If I miss this chance, I'll have to wait 300 years. By then, we'll all be rotten." "I don't believe it, and you shouldn't believe it either," Zhao Mu said firmly. "Didn't I once lose all hope to? I was beaten into a cripple by Dongfang Bingling. After a few years, I almost gave up all hope. But you appeared and I recovered. If a miracle can happen to me, why can't it happen to you?" Yang Dingtian said excitedly, "Brother Zhao Mu, The only miracle that can happen is whether or not Sister Ningning can come back. If she comes back before the solar eclipse, then a miracle will happen to me. Otherwise, I'll lose this miracle completely. Bullshit! Losing this chance will only slow you down, Zhao Mu said loudly. If I can't beat Dongfang Bingling in 5 years, then I'll wait 10 years, 20 years. I've already been a cripple for 5 years. I can still wait 1 or 2 years to recover my previous cultivation. What's the big deal about that? What you get back in 5 years is your dignity, but what you get back in 10 years isn't your dignity. It's the same for Cloud Sky City. What you get back in 10 or 20 years isn't Cloud Sky City anymore. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was silent. After a long time, Yang Dingtian said slowly, Brother Zhao Mu, you're right. What you said is very reasonable, but I won't leave. I know that if I leave, I'll lose. Zhao Mu was so angry that he laughed. Then let me ask you, if Shimin Ningning doesn't come back, what's the point of you staying here? Can you kill the Millennium Owl? No, Yang Dingtian said. Instead, you should leave. If you don't, you won't be able to escape the Millennium Owl's killing range. Once it goes crazy, everything within 100 miles will be a graveyard. That's right, we have to leave. Zhao Mu turned around and said, But you have to leave too. I won't reason with you anymore. You've completely gone crazy. I can't just watch you die. Uncle, take him away by force. Yang Dingtian pulled out the dagger and placed it on his neck. He said calmly, I don't mean to commit suicide. I just want to express my will. An incomparably resolute will. Zhao Mu gritted his teeth, and his temples suddenly bulged. He was about to order Zhao Wuji to control Yang Dingtian and take him away by force. Forget it. Zhao Wuji suddenly said slowly, maybe he's destined to take this risk. If he can't pass this test, it means that he's not the chosen one. Let him be. Yang Dingtian put down the dagger and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, Senior. Boom. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the magma sea 10,000 meters below surged. Time's almost up. We have to leave immediately, Zhao Wuji said. Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said, Take care. Then he suddenly turned around and leaned on Zhao Wuji's back. The two of them rushed out of the stone door like lightning and disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian calmed down at this moment. He closed his eyes and calmed his breath, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the magma sea began to surge. The Millennium Owl slowly opened its eyes. Its incomparably huge and deep eyes were filled with excitement and restlessness. It slowly floated up from the magma sea. At this moment, in the blue sky, 2 masses of darkness gradually invaded the bright twin suns. They invaded bit by bit and blocked the sun bit by bit. The solar eclipse was coming, and the twin moons began to block the twin suns. The entire earth darkened inch by inch. Everyone in the entire chaotic mainland looked at the twin suns in the sky with incomparable reverence. They slowly knelt on the ground, waiting for the most mysterious, most terrifying, and most sacred moment in 300 years to arrive. All the monsters in the entire chaotic mainland knelt down, curled up, and hid in the safest caves, waiting for the most terrifying moment to arrive. Only the dark creatures were restless at this moment. They were incomparably crazy and excited. This was because their most joyous moment in 300 years was coming, because their energy would soar tenfold. Although they would be weakened for a year in exchange for less than an hour of strength, they were still willing. The twin moons blocked the twin suns inch by inch, and the earth became dark. Under the magma sea, the Millennium Owl slowly stood up. It stood up from the magma sea, and its huge body was 100 meters long. It was more terrifying, more fierce, more bloodthirsty, and more ugly than in the picture. Human, you want to kill me? Suddenly, a deep and shocking voice sounded throughout the abyss. It came from the Millennium Owl's mouth. Chapter 77. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked, but he was not too surprised. 1,000-year-old monster could transform into a human form and speak human language. Of course, a monster like the Millennium Owl that not only pursued strong Qianqi, but also strong body and strength would almost never transform into a human form. The Millennium Owl spoke again. You are waiting for your woman to come back, waiting for her to come back with the deep-sea Xian poison. This time, Yang Dingtian was really shocked. How did it know? Its Qianqi was sealed, so it should not be able to hear the conversation between Yang Dingtian and Ningning. But how did it know? Ningning's original plan was to wrap the deep-sea Xian poison in a delicious elixir. As long as she threw it down, the Millennium Owl would definitely drool and swallow the elixir. This way, it would be poisoned and paralyzed. However, now that it knew about this, it would definitely not eat anything that Yang Dingtian threw down. What should he do? What was the use of Ningning coming back with the deep-sea Xian poison? You should have left just now. That way, you could have escaped with your life. The Millennium Owl slowly said, Now you can escape, even if you want to. You have no strength and can't reach the ground. So, you can only wait for your death. You will become my first delicious meal in 300 years. You have extremely high yang attribute Qian meridians, so I can eat you. As for those bastards from Horror Mountain Village, don't worry, I won't let any of them go. After I get out, I'll tear them into pieces one by one and trample them into meat paste. As for that woman of yours, I'll eat her tender flesh bite by bite. Just you wait, just you wait. The Millennium Owl slowly rose, and its 100-meter-long body emerged from the blood-red magma bit by bit. Just you wait, just you wait. When the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, I will become extremely strong. I will be able to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. I will tear you to pieces, and I will be free. I will be free soon. I will be free soon. The Millennium Owl emerged from the magma sea bit by bit. Its loud roar became louder and louder until it was completely deafening. Outside, the 2 suns continued to be swallowed by the darkness inch by inch. More than half of the 2 suns had been swallowed by the darkness. The final moment was about to come. It was about to come. Despicable human, your death is coming soon. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the gigantic abyss cave trembled from the Millennium Owl's laughter. The entire ground was shaking, and the sturdy cave walls and rocks all around were broken. A huge sea of magma surged wildly, and blood-red magma splashed hundreds of meters high. The final moment was coming. The moment of destruction was coming. Bang! At this moment, the mechanism of the stone door above his head suddenly opened, and a flying beast rushed down, with an extremely beautiful figure sitting on top of it. Ningning was back. She came back at the last moment. Her face was full of anxiety and haggard. Her gentle and watery eyes were bloodshot and sunken. Sister Ningning. Tang Dingtian suddenly stood up. Little Tian, Big Sister is back. Big Sister is finally back before the total solar eclipse. Shimin Ningning did not have time to stop the flying beast and jumped down. However, her delicate body tilted and she fell down. Yang Dingtian quickly went forward and hugged her. Her entire body was cold, and she was trembling as if there was no warmth at all. Big Sister is finally back. Big Sister was scared to death. I was really scared to death. I really thought I wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Ningning suddenly cried softly. After crying for a few seconds, she suddenly said anxiously, "The deep-sea black poison is in my arms. It is already wrapped in the cloud spirit pill. I don't have the strength to take it. Quickly take it out and throw it to the Millennium Owl. It will pounce on it and eat it." Yang Dingtian reached into her bosom and took out a snow-white jade box. He opened the jade box, and there was a sparkling and translucent elixir inside. This was the cloud spirit elixir, something that all demonic beasts love the most. Looking at this pill, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "Big Sister, the Millennium Owl already knows that we are going to give it the deep-sea black poison. It won't eat it. Ximin Ningning's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her beautiful eyes widened. She said, "Really? How did it know?" "How could I not know?" The Millennium Owl laughed loudly. "Little girl, you still came back in the end. Why did you do this? You will only die if you come back. I won't eat your deep-sea black poison pill. I will eat the two of you." Ha! After a burst of wild laughter, the Millennium Owl rushed out of the magma. Its huge body, which was more than 100 meters tall and more than 300 meters long, was completely exposed. There were also two extremely thick, Xian ice-cold iron chains tied to its hind legs. So fierce, so ugly, so fierce. What a terrifying Millennium Owl beast. It was incomparably huge, bigger than a football field. "I want to be free, I want to be free. Your time of death has come." The Millennium Owl shouted over and over again. Its actions were getting crazier and crazier. It desperately slapped the stone wall and the magma sea. In an instant, the entire cave shook. Giant rocks that were a few hundred kilograms in weight shattered and fell down. Magma gushed up to a height of a few thousand meters and was about to spray onto Yang Dingtian and his companion. "Free! I want to be free!" Suddenly, a ray of light began to condense on the Millennium Owl's head. It became brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. Its energy is going to increase by 10 times. It is going to break free from the seal. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Ningning took out the cloud spirit pill that contained the deep-sea black poison. She held it in both hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and silently chanted a mysterious and mysterious spell. Suddenly, the pill cracked open and turned into ashes, leaving only the deep-sea Xian poison inside. The deep-sea black poison was a green liquid, but it was alive. It swam crazily like a snake, manic and restless, desperately trying to escape. "Sister Ningning, what are you doing?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning was still chanting the spell. Her speed was getting faster and faster. 10,000 meters below, the light on the Millennium Owl's head was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, it was as dazzling as the sun. The entire cave shook violently. The ground cracked inch by inch. The entire magma sea set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. The incomparably solid cave walls began to be completely torn apart. A semicircular energy shield appeared around the Millennium Owl's body. It was a 1,000-meter purple energy shield. It was this energy shield that had completely sealed the Millennium Owl's celestial chi, making it unable to break free or break out of this range. But then, the light on the Millennium Owl's head became brighter and brighter, longer and longer. Finally, the light suddenly became pitch black and turned into an incomparably huge black sword, fiercely stabbing at the energy shield. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly cracked open, forming a crack that was a few meters wide and thousands of meters long. The entire ground shook violently. At the same time, the purple energy shield suddenly dimmed by a third. The huge pitch-black light sword only needed 3 slashes to split open the entire energy shield. Moreover, the thick, mystic ice-cold iron chain on the Millennium Owl's feet began to gradually turn red and melt. It would soon break free from the seal. When the 2 moons completely covered the 2 suns, and when the total solar eclipse arrived, its energy would instantly expand to the maximum. It would completely break free from the seal and melt the entire mystic ice-cold iron chain. At that time, the timing of the yin-yang 5-element formation would be completely missed. Yang Dingtian and Ximin Ningning would be completely torn apart by the Millennium Owl. At this time, Ximin Ningning's jade-like hands were raised high. Her chanting voice became louder and louder. It was a language that Yang Dingtian could not understand at all. The green light on her body became brighter and brighter. The deep-sea Xian poison between her hands became more and more frenzied. Whoosh! The deep-sea Xian poison suddenly turned into a green flame. At the same time, The huge black light on the Millennium Owl's head fiercely struck the huge purple energy shield for the second time. Boom! The sky shook and the earth cracked. The sea of fire raged. Go! Ning Ning shouted crisply. Suddenly, the deep-sea Xian poison flame in her palm suddenly turned into a human figure. It was the shape of the most beautiful woman in the world. It shot toward the Millennium Owl like lightning. She was extremely beautiful and devastatingly beautiful. In a short moment, she was as graceful as a swan. Then, the green light suddenly drilled into the back of the Millennium Owl. No, the Millennium Owl let out a tragic roar. Its voice was full of unwillingness and fear. No, no! Its roar almost made Yang Dingtian's eardrums bleed and the entire cave shattered. Then the entire body of the Millennium Owl seemed to be frozen and solidified. Inch by inch, foot by foot, it quickly froze and became paralyzed. Wherever the deep-sea Xian poison passed, its fiery red body instantly turned green. It was a gloomy and terrifying green. This was the deep-sea Xian poison. It was an extremely mysterious and terrifying deep-sea Xian poison. Even a 1,000-year-old monster would be instantly disintegrated, paralyzed, and soon completely petrified. The terrifying green color went up from its tail, to its back, to its neck, and to its head. Quick, go and kill it. Otherwise, it will soon be killed by the deep-sea Xian poison, and the demon core will be useless, Ning Ning said. At this time, Ning Ning's body was emitting green smoke. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Sister Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about me. Go, I will sit down and dissolve it. Ning Ning pushed Yang Dingtian. The Millennium Owl below was completely paralyzed. The green color had already surged to the top of its head and was about to reach the demon core. Moreover, there were less than 5 minutes before the total solar eclipse. Yang Dingtian opened the black ice sword box, grabbed the bloody black gold sword, and jumped down toward the Millennium Owl. Holding the sword in his hand, he aimed at the wound on the Millennium Owl's head and jumped down. Kill, kill. Chapter 78. Kill. While descending rapidly, Yang Dingtian let out a roar. He ignored the giant rocks that were falling crazily and the surging magma below. Falling 1,000 meters. Falling 3,000 meters. Poof! Yang Dingtian's body landed heavily on the Millennium Owl's head. Finding the wound on its head, he stabbed the bloody black gold sword in his hand into the wound. More than half of the sword's blade was buried in its head. Hiss! The Millennium Owl, which had been petrified by the black poison, suddenly let out a suppressed and sharp hiss that lingered for a long time. The Millennium Owl was in incomparable pain. It wanted to struggle desperately, but it could not move. Its huge red eyes trembled violently. It desperately did not want to close its eyes, but they still slowly closed. There were less than 5 minutes until the 2 moons covered the 2 suns, and this bloody black gold sword needed less than half a minute for the crazy demon sword spirit inside to wake up. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly cut the Millennium Owl's head with the sharp sword, wanting to dig out its demon core as quickly as possible. Little Tian, let's go. Don't worry about the demon core. Let's go. Suddenly, Ning Ning exclaimed, her voice full of panic. Yang Dingtian looked down and suddenly found that the Millennium Owl's huge eyes, which had been closed, were now wide open. There was no color in the eyeballs at all. They were all blood red, and the Millennium Owl's petrified body, which had been petrified by the deep-sea black poison, had suddenly recovered completely. Let's go. This Millennium Owl wants to die with us. It's burning its own blood vessels to forcefully destroy the poison, Ning Ning said loudly. Then she jumped down from the floating stone slab that was a few thousand meters above the ground. Sister Ning Ning, don't! Yang Dingtian shouted. Boom! At the same time, the Millennium Owl's huge body suddenly cracked open, revealing black and red flesh. Then, countless flames burst out from the cracks, making the Millennium Owl look like a flaming demon from the depths of hell. Ning Ning's delicate body fell quickly. Yang Dingtian quickly reached out and hugged Ning Ning. Then, the two of them hugged tightly on the Millennium Owl's back. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Millennium Owl, whose entire body was burning fiercely, suddenly leaped up. It had ignited its Xian veins and energy sea, and its strength instantly increased by several times. It directly broke the profound ice-cold iron chain, and then its gigantic body, which was several 100 meters long, suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the Millennium Owl smashed the solid rock wall of the cave into pieces, creating a huge hole and flying into the sky. Yang Dingtian and Ningning had no choice but to lie on the Millennium Owl's huge head. "You want to kill me? Let's die together." The Millennium Owl roared loudly. Its voice sounded as if it had been burnt by the fire. Then it flapped its huge flaming wings and flew in the air, aiming at Horror Mountain Village below, and suddenly spat out a huge ball of lightning. Bang! The huge blue lightning struck the buildings on the ground. Instantly, the buildings within a few 100 meters were destroyed. Deep cracks appeared on the ground, and the ground was scorched. The power of the Millennium Owl was so shocking. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning was spat out, and suddenly the forest below, which was dozens of acres, was turned into a pile of charcoal. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning, and suddenly a huge pond was dried up and charred black. At the same time, the two moons had almost completely covered the two suns. The total solar eclipse was coming soon, and the last chance of the yin-yang five-element formation was about to be missed. The total solar eclipse was about to come. The world was already dark, and the stars were already shining in the sky. Although it was noon, it was as dark as the night. Only this Millennium Owl's gigantic body, which was several 100 meters long, was burning fiercely, lighting up the surrounding dozens of miles. The Millennium Owl had completely lost its mind. It was about to be destroyed, and it had completely lost its mind. It had even forgotten about Yang Dingtian and Ningning, who were on its head. It was now crazily slaughtering and spitting out lightning to destroy everything on the ground. It was crazily venting its anger and hatred from being imprisoned for 300 years. Yang Dingtian grabbed the supreme grade bloody black gold sword and desperately cut the Millennium Owl's head, trying to extract the demon core. However, the shell of the Millennium Owl's head had become extremely hard after the mutation. Yang Dingtian used all his strength, but the supreme grade bloody black gold sword could not move an inch. The cracks on the Millennium Owl's gigantic body were getting deeper and deeper, and the flames on its body were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, its entire body had turned into an incomparably huge flame, and the crazy flames were spreading toward the top of its head, toward Yang Dingtian and Ningning's hiding place. Boom, boom, boom. The Millennium Owl spat out thick bolts of lightning that struck the ground. In a moment, almost the entire Horror Mountain Village was turned into fine powder, and the ground was scorched black. On the ground of a few square kilometers, the bustling and dense Horror Mountain Village was turned into a pile of ruins, burning fiercely. Roar! Hiss! At the same time, the bloody black gold sword in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly heated up, and a huge force bounced him away. The crazy demon sword spirit in the sword also began to awaken, and suddenly let out an incomparably crazy and violent roar. The entire treasure sword began to tremble crazily and cracked inch by inch. Boom! Suddenly, the supreme grade bloody black gold sword was also burning fiercely. "Go, let's go quickly," Ningning said loudly. "The mystic fire of the Millennium Owl will soon burn us, and the supreme grade bloody black gold sword will soon explode violently. When that happens, we will be smashed into pieces." At this time, the two moons had already covered 95% of the two suns, and there was only a moment left before the total solar eclipse and the last chance of the yin-yang five-element formation. The last moment was about to be missed. "Shao Tian, let's go quickly or we will all die." The mystic fire burning on the Millennium Owl's body had already reached its neck, and it was only a dozen meters away from Yang Dingtian, but he could already feel the terrifying temperature. What was even more terrifying was that the bloody black gold sword, which had already gone crazy, was already blooming with a terrifying light, as if it was going to devour people. The Millennium Owl had already gone completely crazy, and it was only instinctively flying above Horror Mountain Village, crazily slaughtering and destroying. The entire Horror Mountain Village had already become a ruin. "Xiao Tian, let's go, let's go!" Ning Ning shouted while hugging Yang Dingtian, and then suddenly wanted to jump down with Yang Dingtian. "No, Sister Ning Ning, this is my last chance. I can't give up. You go first." Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. "It's too late, too late," Ning Ning said. "The fire is coming, and the supreme grade, bloody black gold sword is about to explode. We can't take out the demon core, and the Millennium Owl is about to detonate its energy reserve, and its demon core will be smashed into pieces. It's too late. The total solar eclipse is coming, and there's no time to set up the yin-yang five-element formation. Even if there is an electric demon core, there's no time to set it up." Yang Dingtian felt the time passing second by second, and his last chance was slipping away bit by bit. That's right, there was no time to set up the yin-yang five-element formation, and he couldn't get the electric demon core. He couldn't touch the supreme grade, bloody black gold sword at all, as once he touched it, he would immediately die from the backlash. Suddenly, he stood up from the Millennium Owl's head and looked down at Horror Mountain Village, which had already turned into ruins. It happened to be a five-pointed star. He suddenly shouted in surprise, "I know what to do, I know what to do." Ning Ning said anxiously, "Xiao Tian, what did you say?" "Heaven hasn't abandoned me," Yang Dingtian said loudly. "I'll set up the formation now." Yang Dingtian took out 4 demon cores from his chest. At this time, the Millennium Owl had been flying around Horror Mountain Village. According to the blueprint that Ning Ning had mentioned a few nights ago, the entire Horror Mountain Village happened to be a yin-yang five-element formation. At this time, it just happened to pass over the metal-type corner. "Go!" Yang Dingtian shouted and threw the metal-type demon core out. Suddenly, the metal-type demon core turned into a white light and shot out, and then it accurately floated in the metal-type corner of the five-pointed star. The Millennium Owl continued to fly around, and it continued to spit fire to destroy everything on the ground. The flames behind it were only 8 meters away from Yang Dingtian, and the supreme grade, bloody black gold sword had already shown to the extreme. At this time, there was less than a minute before the total solar eclipse. Ice-type corner, go! Passing over the ice-type corner, Yang Dingtian threw out the ice-type demon core in his hand. Suddenly, the ice-type demon core flew out a few dozen meters and suddenly hit the metal-type corner, floating in the air. Fire-type corner, go! Passing over the fire-type corner, Yang Dingtian threw out the fire-type demon core. Boom! At this time, the raging flames had already burned behind him, and the supreme grade, bloody black gold sword had already let out a burst of roar while trembling, and balls of fire burst out. There was still half a minute before the total solar eclipse. Wind-type corner, go! Yang Dingtian aimed at the 4th corner of the yin-yang five-element formation and threw out the wind-type demon core. At this time, the raging mystic fire suddenly burned Yang Dingtian's clothes. Fortunately, he had the deep-sea Xian clothes, otherwise he would have been instantly smashed to pieces by the mystic fire. Jump! Yang Dingtian held Ning Ning and suddenly jumped down from the Millennium Owl's head. Squeak! A mounted beast risked its life to fly over and catch the two falling from the air. At this time, the 2 moons had already covered 99% of the twin suns, and the final moment had arrived. Roar! The Millennium Owl, which had completely turned into a fireball, burst out countless flames in the air, and was still flying around, crazily spitting out flaming lightning. Its sea of energy was about to explode, and it was about to turn into ashes. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl turned its head and looked at Yang Dingtian and shouted, "Die, let's all die together!" Then, The Millennium Owl opened its huge burning mouth and was about to brew the last bolt of lightning. At this time, the griffin that caught the two flew to the center of Horror Mountain Village, the center of the Tomb Tower. In the entire Horror Mountain Village, only the Tomb Tower was not destroyed because the Millennium Owl hated it the most. It wanted to be the last to destroy it, along with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian jumped down and landed on the top of the Tomb Tower. Then he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and formed a seal with his hands. 5 elements, yin yang great mantra. Suddenly, a wonderful and mysterious mantra came out of Yang Dingtian's mouth. It was like the sound of heaven, but also like thunder. It was like intoxication, but also like a tsunami. Whoosh! The gold-type demon core shot out a golden light. Whoosh! The ice-type demon core shot out a pure white light. Whoosh! The fire-type demon core shot out a blood-red light. Whoosh! The wind-type demon core shot out a transparent and colorless light. Let's die together. The Millennium Owl was about to spit out its last bolt of lightning. At the same time, it flew to the 5th corner, the lightning-type corner. Then it was fixed in place, as if it was fixed in place by an incomparably powerful energy. Whoosh! Then, a ray of light shot out from the top of the Millennium Owl's head. It was electric blue, and it came from the lightning-type demon core in its head. Boom! The originally burning Millennium Owl suddenly exploded, and its incomparably huge body shattered into pieces in the air, turning into countless balls of flames that fell from the sky. At this time, the 2 moons completely covered the 2 suns. The Yin-Yang Festival had officially begun. Thanks. God descending 123, Superki, quiet flowing water, silk cherry rain, MBG Yu Qian Cheng, silent forward. 131126143429887, and other brothers for their tips. Thank you to every reader. Every attention from you can warm my body and mind. Chapter 79. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was still meditating with his eyes closed, Zhao Wuji said, "What happened in Horror Mountain Village must have alerted everyone within a few hundred miles. Many people must have seen it and will come here soon. We must immediately move Yang Dingtian to another place." Ningning said, "Thank you, Senior Zhao, but little Tian is refining his body and transforming his qi. He can't be moved." "Don't worry, I won't let him move at all," Zhao Wuji said. Then he walked in front of Yang Dingtian and activated his powerful celestial qi. He lifted his hands in the air. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body floated up. He didn't sway or move at all. Zhao Wuji held Yang Dingtian in the air, and the 2 of them slowly floated into the Tomb Tower. When they reached the center of the 100-meter-tall tower, he held Yang Dingtian in the air with one hand and raised his other hand. A huge coffin lid was gently opened, revealing an empty coffin. "Sorry for the offense," Zhao Wuji said softly. Zhao Wuji spoke softly. He then lifted his left hand and slowly placed Yang Dingtian into the coffin. The coffin was huge. After Yang Dingtian entered it, it was very spacious. Then Zhao Wuji closed the lid with his right hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. He pointed in the air, and a few holes appeared in the huge coffin. Now, even if someone came, they wouldn't be able to discover Yang Dingtian's existence. "Senior, when will Yang Dingtian wake up?" Ningning asked anxiously. There were only a few hours left in the 10 days that he promised Ximin and Yan Yan. Even if Yang Dingtian woke up and immediately rushed to Cloud Sky City, the time would only be just right. "I don't know. He's absorbing the refined celestial qi into his xian veins and bones, so that his entire body can keep up with the level of celestial qi. It might take a few hours, or even longer. After all, he broke through too much in one go." Zhao Wuji said, "Miss Ximin, your complexion doesn't look good. You should also sit down and rest." "Thank you, Senior." Ningning said, "Here, I thank Horror Mountain Village on behalf of Yang Dingtian. Thank you for your help." Not only did you give him the Millennium Owl, but you also lent him the bloody black gold sword. This is nothing. Yang Dingtian will return this favor to Horror Mountain Villa in the future." Zhao Wuji smiled, but his voice was like metal scraping against a wall. "Uncle, what's this?" Suddenly, Zhao Mu pointed at something on the ground, on the ruins that had been electrocuted by the Millennium Owl. There was a 3-foot-long object. It looked like a sword, but it was not a sword. It looked like a flying dagger, black with a mix of red and blue. It looked like a single entity. Only the tail was condensed into a red and blue crystal. It was a strange blade. Zhao Mu landed on his flying beast and walked over to pick up the item. Who knew that as soon as his fingers touched it, a powerful force would surge out and send him flying more than 10 meters away, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Don't touch it. I'll do it," Zhao Wuji said. Then he jumped down from the tower, activated his powerful celestial qi, and bent down to hold the strange blade. His palm did not touch the strange blade, but only grasped the air. Suddenly, the strange blade let out a strange roar, and a powerful force surged out. It trembled violently, desperately trying to break free from Zhao Wuji's grasp. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, and his ugly face was distorted. He used all his strength to control the strange blade, and suddenly he was sweating profusely. After holding it for 3 minutes, Zhao Wuji's hand loosened. The strange blade suddenly flew more than 10 meters away and stabbed into the ground. Only the tail was left trembling. "What a domineering thing," Zhao Wuji said. Zhao Mu was surprised. "This strange blade is so powerful. It must be a divine weapon. But when did Horror Mountain Village have such a treasure?" "This thing belongs to Horror Mountain Village, but it doesn't belong to Horror Mountain Village," Zhao Wuji said. "This is a combination of 4 things. The first is the supreme grade bloody black gold sword. The body of the sword has been shattered and completely destroyed. Only the supreme grade demon core with the tyrannical sword spirit is left. The Millennium Owl had also turned into ashes, but before it died, it had poured its spirit soul into its lightning-type demon core. The spirits of the 2 powerful demon beasts were like fire and water. After Yang Dingtian's formation ended, the 2 spirits crazily attacked each other to destroy each other. In the end, neither of them killed the other. Instead, the 2 demon cores melted into a ball, and the 2 spirits were violently merged together, fighting crazily. This red and blue crystal is the fusion of the mystical Fire Qilin Fire Demon Core and the Millennium Owl's Lightning Demon Core? Zhao Mu asked. Zhao Wuji nodded. "Then, what's with this strange blade?" Zhao Mu asked. This Millennium Owl's entire body was burned and melted, but its right claw was bound by the mystical ice iron chain, which is an extremely cold item. Thus, the mystical fire in its body couldn't completely burn its right claw to ashes. It only melted its claw with the mystical ice iron chain, which is why it turned into this strange blade. Zhao Wuji said, "As for why the crystals formed from the fusion of the 2 demon cores would condense at the end of the strange blade, it's because they needed a place to calm their auras. Otherwise, the 2 powerful spirits would fuse together and crazily tangle with each other. One day, they would perish together. Therefore, they needed to find an extremely cold place to peacefully rest. It's the same reason why the crazy sword spirit had to be sealed in the mystical ice sword box." Zhao Mu suddenly exclaimed, "A mystical Fire Qilin spirit is already shocking enough. Now there's a Millennium Owl spirit. This strange blade is already a divine weapon in the world." "Yes," Zhao Wuji said, "but it has already recognized its master. It doesn't belong to Horror Mountain Village anymore." "Did it recognize Brother Yan as its master?" Zhao Mu asked. "It should be." Zhao Wuji said, "If I'm not wrong, Yang Dingtian should have used some kind of array to devour the purest celestial qi during the total solar eclipse to break through. Just now, I could feel all the surrounding celestial chi rushing to the center of Horror Mountain Village from 100 miles away. Thus, the spirits of the Millennium Owl and the mystical Fire Qilin were not spared. A part of their energy would be mixed with celestial chi and refined into Yang Dingtian's body by the array. Thus, this strange blade should be only usable by Yang Dingtian now. If anyone else touches this strange blade, they will suffer a crazy backlash. Zhao Mu smiled and said, "The treasures in the world belong to the virtuous, but at this moment, I really can't help but feel jealous." Zhao Wuji said, "He risked his life to get this." Suddenly, Zhao Wuji said, "Someone's coming." Suddenly, dust billowed more than 10 miles away, and the ground shook slightly. "There are at least hundreds of riders. They should be the cavalry of the Northwest Qin family's border castle," Zhao Wuji said. At the same time, dozens of black spots appeared in the sky. Dozens of warriors were rushing over on flying beasts. When Shimin Ningning saw this, her expression changed slightly. Zhao Wuji said, "Miss Shimin, you should also enter a giant coffin in the tomb tower to rest. No matter how overbearing the people of the Northwest Qin family are, they won't dare to do anything to the coffins of our ancestors." "Yes, thank you, Senior," Shimin Ningning said. Then Zhao Wuji quickly grabbed the strange blade that was stuck in the ground and quickly entered the tomb tower. He placed the strange blade in one of the coffins and let the cold air of the coffin suppress the strange blade's aura. Then Zhao Wuji floated back to the top of the tomb tower and slowly said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Qin Mu Tang, the guardian of the abyss, saw Horror Mountain Village collapsing and fire soaring into the sky. "So I came to rescue you," the person said loudly. Even though they were nearly 10,000 meters away, their voices could still be heard clearly. "Thank you, Guardian Qin. During the solar eclipse, just now, the sea of lava under my Horror Mountain Village erupted and completely destroyed my village. However, the people in the village have been evacuated in advance, so everyone is safe," Zhao Wuji said. "However, the village has been destroyed, so we can't entertain guests. Please go ahead." "I, Qin Mu Tang, am not here as a guest. Horror Mountain Village and the Northwest Qin family have a close relationship. Horror Mountain Village has encountered a disaster, so how can we not help?" Qin Mu Tang said loudly. The cavalry of a few hundred people was getting closer and closer. 3 hours passed. 5 hours passed. The sun set in the west and night fell. The next day, the sun rose from the east again. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. It was dark in front of him. He looked around and found that he was in a coffin. Although he couldn't see, he could still tell that he was still in Horror Mountain Village. This should be the coffin of the tomb tower. After using the yin-yang 5-element formation, he had to rest for nearly 20 hours because there were still some impurities in his xian qi after the solar eclipse. He needed to purify them. Most importantly, he needed to let the xian qi in his energy reserve circulate through his body multiple times, so that his muscles and bones would become stronger. Now everything was done. Yang Dingtian's muscles and bones were much stronger than before. "Master, quickly take a look. What level did my xian qi break through? Did I break through level 16? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart immediately. His heart was filled with endless anticipation and nervousness. Dongfeng Minmi was silent for a moment. Then even his voice changed. "Oh my God! The harder the process, the sweeter the result. Level 19, a whole 19. Child, you broke through 19 levels." Dongfeng Minmi said with a trembling voice. "What level? Level 19? Yang Dingtian almost cried out in shock. To be honest, he could clearly feel that his body was filled with energy. He also knew that his xian qi had broken through, and it wasn't a small breakthrough. However, his biggest goal was only level 16, because as long as he became a 6-star xian martial artist, he would be able to win the elimination battle. Senior Xu Piayan once said that more than 10,000 years ago, someone used the yin-yang festival that happened once every 300 years to break through level 16 using the yin-yang 5 elements formation. Later on, that person became the best in the world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only dared to hope that he could break through level 16 at most. He didn't expect that he would break through level 19. How could he not be surprised? You are now a 9-star Xian martial artist. You are only one step away from breaking through to Xian martial artist. Dongfang Minmi said, "It's really unbelievable. Even a top genius would need 2 years to reach this level, but you only took 10 days. If word got out, the world would be shocked." Yang Dingtian's blood seemed to be boiling. Then he remembered something important and asked, "Master, what time is it now? How long until the elimination battle in Cloud Sky City?" Dongfang Minmi was shocked. "Quick, there are only 4 hours until the elimination battle ends. You have to rush back to Cloud Sky City as fast as you can." Chapter 80. Little Tian. This is from Senior Wuji and Brother Xiaomu. On the back of the Piao Ling Ray, Ningning took out a long box and handed it to Yang Dingtian. The box was cold to the touch. It was the Xian Ice Cold Jade box that contained the top-grade bloody black gold. However, the top-grade bloody black gold sword had been destroyed. When he opened the box, he immediately saw a ferocious-looking sword lying inside. A strong and violent aura rushed out, as if it was going to devour someone at any moment. On the hilt, 2 demon cores were tightly entangled. One was blue, which should be the demon core of the Millennium Owl, and the other was red, which should be the demon core of the mysterious fire Qilin in the top-grade bloody black gold sword. Both demon cores were damaged, but they both looked fierce, as if they wanted to devour each other. "What's going on?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Brother, Zhao Mu found this sword on the ground. Senior Wuji said that this is the remnant of the top-grade bloody black gold sword, the claw of the Millennium Owl, the Xian Ice Cold Iron, and the demon cores of the Millennium Owl and the mysterious fire Qilin. These 4 things were combined under strong energy." Shimin Ningning said, "They gave this sword to you. They were afraid that you wouldn't want it, so they asked me to pass it to you." "How can I do that? This belongs to Horror Mountain Village. I've already successfully broken through. How can I be greedy and accept such a powerful weapon?" Yang Dingtian asked. That's right, this was indeed a powerful weapon. The 4 things that made up this sword were all extremely precious. Moreover, the 4 things were combined and forged during the great changes in the world. It was obvious how powerful it was. Ningning said, "There is a strong and violent energy in this sword. Anyone who touches it will be devoured. Even a martial arts grandmaster can't withstand it." Brother Zhao Mu was sent flying and spat out blood when he touched it. Senior Wuji said that only you can use this sword. After hearing this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out to grab the strange sword. At this moment, he could vaguely see that the main shape of the sword was similar to the claws of the Millennium Owl. It looked very ferocious and fierce. "Be careful. This is merely what Senior Fearless said. If it backfires on you, the consequences will be unimaginable," Ningning said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and reached out to grab the strange blade. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful and violent murderous aura gushed out. It was as powerful as the ocean, as if it wanted to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces and completely destroy his soul. Yang Dingtian's body instantly turned cold, as if he was about to die. But almost in an instant, this ominous aura was completely dormant and retracted back into the 2 demon nuclei. The entire strange blade became silent. In this short period of time, Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What a powerful sword spirit! What an abnormal sword spirit! Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said in Yang Dingtian's mind, "Master, is there a sword spirit in this sword?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, a very, very powerful sword spirit. Moreover, it is a sword spirit that has no consciousness and is uncontrollable." Dongfang Minmi said, This sword spirit is a combination of the incomplete martial souls of the Millennium Owl and the mystical Fire Qilin. You have their energy in your body, so you can use this sword. You can even summon the sword spirit inside, but you must not do that. Yang Dingtian asked why. Your mental strength is too weak, and this sword spirit is very powerful, but it has no consciousness. The result of using the weak to control the strong will be that your soul will be completely destroyed, Dongfang Minmi said. Moreover, it will have a fatal impact on your cultivation of the sword soul in the future. Cultivating the sword soul was the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. It must not be affected. I understand, Master. I won't use this sword. I will return it to Horror Mountain Village, Yang Dingtian said. That's not necessary. Even if you don't summon the sword spirit inside, this sword itself is a very powerful treasure sword. It has a 20% increase in Xian Qi. It is a divine weapon. Even if you use it as an ordinary weapon, it is still very powerful. Dongfang Minmi said, before you go to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling Sword, use this strange sword. And when you find the Heaven and Earth Xian Flame to forge the Soul Sword, the sword spirit inside this treasure sword will be the first martial soul that your soul sword will devour. Remembering, Dongfang Minmi said excitedly, the martial soul of the Millennium Owl, the mystical Fire Qilin, and that incomparably powerful Abyss Lord. Your soul sword has just been born, and it can already devour 3 such powerful martial souls. I really can't imagine how fast your sword soul will cultivate. When Master cultivated his sword soul, the martial souls that he devoured in 5 years were only comparable to the incomplete martial soul of a Millennium Owl. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian's blood suddenly heated up. He suddenly looked forward to forging his own soul sword. In less than 5 months, the Fire Cloud Devil Cave's earth fire would bloom again. At that time, Yang Dingtian could take his 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold to forge his own sword Soul Youngling Sword, a treasure sword that truly belonged to him. But now, the most important thing was the elimination battle in Cloud Sky City. At this time, he was already a 9-star Xian martial artist. He was very confident about this battle. Moreover, he also had the strange owl blade that had a 20% increase in Xian Qi. Yan, I didn't disappoint you. You must not disappoint me. In the air, Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of Cloud Sky City. His heart was burning with anxiety. Cloud Sky City, I'm coming. At this time, Cloud Sky City was bustling with noise. There were thousands of people watching the battle in the arena. The annual elimination battle was coming to an end. It was the last battle. Originally, the elimination battle every year was not so grand. The important figures of Cloud Sky City were also not present. But for this year's elimination battle, all the important figures of Cloud Sky City were present. On the left were Yang Yan, Tang Buizhao, Shimanju, and the others. There were dozens of people, and they occupied most of the power in Cloud Sky City. The most eye-catching one was a beautiful woman. She was Yang Shirshir, who had just been expelled back to Cloud Sky City by the Northwest Qin family. On the right, there were only 2 people, Madame Shimin, Yang Peipei, and Shimin Lai. Compared to Yang Yan's power, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not only were all the important figures present, but there were also thousands of disciples of Cloud Sky City sitting in the square. Such a grand scene had not been seen in Cloud Sky City for many years. There was only one purpose for Yang Yan and the others to organize such a grand scene, which was to completely embarrass Yang Dingtian. They wanted everyone in Cloud Sky City to completely give up on Yang Dingtian, who was appointed by Shimin Wuya. This was because Shimin Wuya's position among the disciples of Cloud Sky City was extremely high. When Shimin Wuya appointed Yang Dingtian as the successor of the city lord, there were still many people in Cloud Sky City who supported Yang Dingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Even though Yang Dingtian's reputation was very bad and he was called a lunatic and a piece of trash, however, there were still many disciples of Cloud Sky City who were unwilling to believe this. They believed that the great city Lord Shimin's judgment would not be so bad. Therefore, in order to dispel the hope in these people's hearts, in order to attack Shimin Wuya's prestige, Yang Yan wanted all the disciples of Cloud Sky City to see Yang Dingtian make a fool of himself. He wanted everyone to see that Yang Dingtian was just a useless toad. Then, in front of everyone, he would legitimately chase Yang Dingtian out of Cloud Sky City. Only then would Qin Shaobai be able to stabilize his position as the city lord. Only then would the Yang family be able to regain control of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, even though the two people in the arena were fighting with their lives on the line, no one cared about the battle above. Everyone stared in the direction of the city gate, waiting for a result. Would Yang Dingtian return to participate in the battle? This was because as long as the final battle was over, the elimination battle would be over. If Yang Dingtian did not appear, he would be seen as a coward and would be chased out of Cloud Sky City. Time slowly passed, but Yang Dingtian still did not appear. Therefore, in an instant, the thousands of disciples in the arena were discussing animatedly, "Why isn't Yang Dingtian here yet? Don't tell me he's really scared and ran away. That goes without saying. You're too naive. You actually have hope for a madman like Yang Dingtian. He's long gone. City, Lord Shimin really misjudged him. He was just an initiate a few days ago. Wanting to break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in such a short period of time is simply a pipe dream." That's right. If he can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in a few days, I'll pledge my loyalty to him on the spot and recognize him as the future city lord of Cloud Sky City. That's right. If he can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in a few days, that means he's the #1 genius in 1,000 years. Only such a person can revitalize our Cloud Sky City. I'll sell my life to him for the rest of my life. TSK, you're all dreaming. Yang Dingtian, that useless madman, can break through to the 16th level in a few days? Don't joke around. If he can do it, I'll wring my own head off on the spot. Sigh. Yang Dingtian really disappoints me. It's fine if he can't break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in such a short period of time, but he doesn't even dare to participate in the elimination battle. It's really disappointing. Of course he doesn't dare. If he comes to participate, he'll definitely die. Bang! On the battle stage, one of the Cloud Sky City disciples was directly sent flying and fell off the stage. The last battle had ended. The results of the elimination battle were officially out. The last 10 disciples had all been chosen. They were about to be expelled from Cloud Sky City. Great Elder announced the results. That useless Yang Dingtian doesn't dare to come. Tang Buizhao sneered. Great Elder Yang Yan immediately stood up, picked up a hammer, and was about to strike a large bell at the side. The elimination battle is over. Wait. Madame Shimin, Yang Pei, stood up and pointed at the setting sun. As long as the sun hasn't set, the elimination battle isn't over. But the battle is over, Yang Yan said coldly. Yang Yan said coldly. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't even dare to participate in the battle. How could he be qualified to be a disciple of Cloud Heaven City, let alone the successor of the city lord? I really don't know how the city lord chose such a despicable and cowardly trash. Then Yang Yan shouted towards the square, "I announce that the elimination battle is over. Yang Dingtian and the 10 defeated disciples are all expelled from Cloud Sky City." "No," Shimin Lai said loudly. "According to the ancestral rules, the elimination battle isn't over until the sun sets." Then Shimin Lai shouted at the Cloud Sky City disciples below, "Do you believe City, Lord Shimin? If you do, then make your voices heard. Give Yang Dingtian a chance, and give yourselves a chance. Do you believe City, Lord Shimin? Do you believe?" "I believe." Below, a portion of the Cloud Sky City disciples shouted. Shimin Lai shouted again, "Do you believe?" "I believe. I believe." More and more Cloud Sky City disciples shouted. After all, in their hearts, Shimin Wuya was like a god. At this moment, Yang Yan and the others' faces turned ugly. Even if Shimenwia was no longer around, he was still so respected in the hearts of all the disciples. Great Elder, please give Yang Dingtian a chance to prove himself. Before the sun sets, the elimination battle isn't over, Shimenlai said. Yang Yan's face turned cold, and he was about to refuse. Suddenly, a handsome youth walked to his side and whispered, "Grandfather, give him a chance. The higher Yang Dingtian climbs, the worse he will fall. We might as well let him die in the arena." This youth was Qin Shaobai, the young genius who came to fight for the city lord's position. Qin Shaobai. When he spoke, he still had a gentle smile on his face, but his words were extremely vicious. "All right then. If you want to make a fool of yourselves, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Yan sneered. "There's still 15 minutes before the sun sets. At that time, if Yang Dingtian doesn't appear, he will be considered a coward. Not only will he be expelled from Cloud Sky City, but he will also forever be listed as a disgrace to Cloud Sky City. It's a deal," Shimenlai said, and then retreated. He stared at the city gate with his eyes wide open, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. "Yang Dingtian, don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint Madam. Don't disappoint Yanyan, and don't disappoint all the Cloud Sky City disciples who support you. If you don't come, not only will you be finished, but my father's prestige will also be gone." Suddenly, everyone held their breaths and looked at the setting sun in the west. Looking at the setting sun sinking bit by bit, the hearts of the people who supported Yang Dingtian also sank bit by bit, and their bodies turned cold bit by bit. Yanyan wasn't in the arena, but stood on the city wall. As long as Yang Dingtian appeared, she would be able to see him immediately. At this moment, the sun was about to set. Yanyan carried a bag on her back and held a sword in her hand. She was dressed as if she was on a long journey. She looked to the west. Yang Dingtian still hadn't appeared, and the sun was about to set. "Yang Dingtian, do you really want to disappoint me? Even if you lose, as long as you come back to fight, I won't leave. I'll still be your wife, and I'll still forgive you. I'll still sleep with you and give my celestial qi to you using the yin-yang devouring Xian technique. But do you really want to disappoint me and chase me to the netherworld sea?" Yan Yan's heart was about to set with the setting sun. At this moment, in the west, there was a sudden high-pitched cry. A beautiful Piaoling ray appeared in their field of vision, blocking the bright red setting sun in the west. On the Piaoling ray, there were two figures. One was Yang Dingtian, and the other was Shimen Ningning. Yan Yan was ecstatic. She shouted at Yang Dingtian with all her might. "Yang Dingtian, you bastard, you still know to come back!" Under everyone's gazes, the Piaoling ray slowly landed on the arena. Yang Dingtian immediately jumped down and bowed with cupped hands towards Yang Yan and the others. "Grand Elder, Yang Dingtian has rushed over to participate in the elimination battle." Chapter 81. Instant kill. It was actually an instant kill. And the one who was instantly killed was Sun Wan. Qin Shaobai's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly. Grand Elder Yang Yan's beard trembled as he suddenly sat up straight. Yan Yan and Madame Shimen's eyes instantly widened as they looked at everything in disbelief. Everyone present was so shocked that they stood up and stared at Yang Dingtian, who was on the contest stage, with dumbfounded expressions. How could this be? Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely be disemboweled. But on the stage, there was actually such a shocking scene. Wasn't Yang Dingtian an enlightener 5 days ago? Shouldn't people who practice the pig-slaying swordsmanship be lunatics and trash? Sun Wan was a 3-star mystic martial artist, but he was instantly killed by Yang Dingtian. What level was Yang Dingtian at? He was at least a few stars higher than Sun Wan. In just 5 days, Yang Dingtian actually broke through more than 10 stars. This was too crazy. No one had heard of such an example in the past 1,000 years. In the arena, there was a full few minutes of silence. Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a Cloud Sky City disciple who had high hopes for Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then, more and more people shouted Yang Dingtian's name. Long live city, Lord Shimin! Long live city, Lord Shimin! In the end, all the chants changed to Shimin Wuya. In this battle, Yang Dingtian's victory or defeat not only represented himself, but also represented Shimin Wuya's prestige and authority. When they heard the tide-like shouts, Yang Yan and the others' complexion instantly turned extremely unsightly. Originally, they wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian and damage Shimin Wuya's prestige, but they didn't expect to shoot themselves in the foot. Qin Xiaobai's originally indifferent expression suddenly became serious. His long and narrow eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at Yang Dingtian in the arena. Yang Dingtian, who had instantly killed his opponent, didn't have much expression on his face, let alone any excitement. In just 5 days, he had broken through more than 10 levels. This was completely unheard of. Killing intent flashed in Qin Xiaobai's eyes. Originally, I just wanted to embarrass you and break your limbs before chasing you out of Cloud Heaven City. Now that you dare to perform so well, I can't let you live. Qin Xiaobai thought in his heart. Amidst the tide-like shouts below, he felt a deadly threat. If Yang Dingtian did not die, his position as the city lord would not be stable. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai glanced at Tang Bozhao, his eyes revealing a cold and stern command. That's right, it was an order. Even though he was still young and his cultivation level was much lower than Tang Bozhao's, everyone in Cloud Sky City was like a servant in his eyes. The Northwest Qin family is the supreme ruler of the entire western region. After Shimin Wuya died, Cloud Sky City was nothing. Tang Bozhao nodded slightly and swiped his finger across the air. Even though they felt that this was impossible, they still made relevant plans and preparations. This plan was personally formulated by Qin Xiaobai. Its name was Kill Yang Dingtian. Silence! Tang Bozhao stood on a high platform and shouted. For example, it's not over yet. Don't be noisy. Then Tang Bozhao looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, you have won the first round of the tag team battle. You still need to win 2 more rounds before you can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Only then will you be qualified to participate in next year's battle for the city lord's position. Then Tang Bozhao looked at the remaining 9 challengers and said, Next, who wants to challenge Yang Dingtian? The remaining 9 challengers were instantly silent. Yang Dingtian's instant kill just now was truly too shocking. Whoever defeats Yang Dingtian can stay in Cloud Sky City, Tang Bozhao said loudly. Me. One of the challengers stood out from the crowd. This person's body was sturdy and his face was gloomy. He exuded a dangerous aura. Seeing this person, all the Cloud Sky City disciples were puzzled because this person was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Of course, they had never seen him before because this person had only joined Cloud Sky City with Qin Xiaobai 4 days ago. He was the executor of Yang Dingtian's death and was Qin Xiaobai's pawn. What's your name? Tang Bozhao asked. Gan Lang. The gloomy man said coldly. How's your cultivation? What was your rank in the elimination battle? Tang Bozhao asked. Ranked 9th from the bottom, a 9-star Xian martial artist. Gan Lang said. Suddenly, everyone gasped and lit up. Were the Cloud Sky City disciples that powerful this year? In the past, the 10th from the bottom was around a 6-star Xian martial artist. This year, the 9th from the bottom was actually a 9-star Xian martial artist. However, since he was Qin Xiaobai's pawn, then a 9-star Xian martial artist was definitely only his superficial strength. In reality, it was definitely more than that. No one knew what his true strength was. Only Qin Xiaobai and himself knew. Moreover, his entire body exuded a bloodthirsty aura. It was obvious that he had been through a lot of killing. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a thick, bloody aura? Gan Lang slowly walked onto the stage and stood in front of Yang Dingtian. He looked at Yang Dingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. On the high platform, Yan Yan and Madame Shimin looked at each other. They both saw a sense of worry and danger in each other's eyes. As for Shimin Lai, he was lost in his memories. I've seen this person before. I've definitely seen this person before. Shimin Lai said. He had indeed seen this person before, but he couldn't remember who he was. However, when he saw him, the only impression he had was that he was bloodthirsty and cruel. At this moment, Gan Lang slowly took out his weapon. Everyone exclaimed. His weapon wasn't the sword he used in the previous battle. Instead, it was a pair of hideous and terrifying steel claws. They were sharp and ugly, and were stained with a shocking red color. It was unknown how many people's blood had been stained on them. I remember now. This person is the corpse-tearing demon from the Northwest Qin family's arena. However, he was wearing a black mask before, so I didn't recognize him. Shimin Lai's expression changed as he said, "This person has fought hundreds of battles in the Qin city's arena. He has killed over 100 people and lost every single one of them. Moreover, every time he killed someone, he would completely tear them apart. It's extremely cruel and bloody. They want to completely kill Yang Dingtian." "Despicable," Madame Shimin said coldly. Yan Yan said, "Big brother, what's his cultivation like?" "I don't know. However, the number of Xian martial warriors that died under his claws is no less than 10, Shimin Lai said. When he said this, Yan Yan and Madame Shimin's expressions changed drastically. Yan Yan hurriedly said, "From what I saw in the battle between Yang Dingtian and Sun Wan, his strength should be around a 7-star Xian martial warrior. Then, wouldn't he definitely die fighting Gan Lang?" "That's right. When Yang Dingtian instantly killed Sun Wan, it looked extremely impressive. However, people with high cultivations could tell that his Xian Qi cultivation was around a 7 or 8-star Xian martial warrior. However, the number of Xian martial warriors that died at the hands of this corpse-tearing maniac Gan Lang was no less than 10. Moreover, Gan Lang had always participated in the most bloody and cruel gladiator battles. This wasn't a martial arts competition. In a gladiator battle, the loser only had one outcome, and that was death. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian had shocking breakthrough, he had never truly experienced a killing field. As for Gan Lang, he had experienced hundreds of battles. He had crawled out from blood and corpses. What he excelled in was not martial arts, but life and death battles. Qin Shaobai sent him out to fight because he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Tang Boxiao's face had also turned cold. He had a cruel smile on his face as he looked at Yang Dingtian. He thought to himself, "I didn't think that the chess piece we buried would actually be useful. Yang Dingtian, you're seeking your own death. You can't blame us." Then Tang Boxiao looked at the battle stage and said coldly, "This time, everyone will fight in turns. Everyone will use their full strength. It's inevitable that there will be injuries. Even death is not impossible. Therefore, in this battle, life and death will be decided by the heavens." Once these words were spoken, the Cloud Sky City disciples below could hear the chilling cruelty in them. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Gan Lang opened his mouth towards Yang Dingtian, revealing his white teeth as if he wanted to eat Yang Dingtian's flesh alive. "Begin," Tang Boxiao shouted. His palm slashed down as if he was taking away a life. "Wait!" Madame Shimin, Yang Pei, suddenly stood up and sneered at Yang Yan and the others. "Great Elder, how can a person be so shameless? This Gan Lang, is he one of Cloud Sky City's people? He's obviously the body-ripping demon from the Northwest Qin City's gladiator arena. What's the meaning of you putting him in the elimination battle? After seeing Yang Dingtian's power, do you want to kill him so badly?" Qin Shaobai slowly stood up and said, "Madame Shimin, why isn't he one of Cloud Sky City's people? Since I'm already one of Cloud Sky City's people, why can't the person I brought be one of Cloud Sky City's disciples?" Then Qin Shaobai looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered. If Gan Lang didn't learn martial arts in Cloud Sky City, then did Yang Dingtian learn martial arts in Cloud Sky City? Is the pig-slaying swordsmanship a martial art in Cloud Sky City? If Yang Dingtian can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City, and even become the successor of Cloud Sky City, then why can't Gan Lang be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? This Qin Shaobai was indeed cunning and eloquent. His words were obviously ridiculous, but no one could refute them. That's right, if Yang Dingtian could be a disciple of Cloud Sky City, then Gan Lang could be one too. Madame Ximin was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Then, this Gan Lang's strength has obviously surpassed the Xian martial warrior. Why is he among the 10 eliminated people? What are your intentions? Qin Shaobai sneered and no longer refuted. At that moment, Ximin Yan smiled and said, "It must be because he didn't perform well in the elimination battle." There's no rule that states that you can't perform poorly in the elimination battle. Ximin Yan, you're heartless. Seeing Ximin Yan shamelessly stand on Qin Shaobai's side, Ximin Lai couldn't help but rage. Ximin Yan sneered and retreated without saying another word. Tang Boizhao's face turned cold. He said, "Yang Dingtian, this battle of attrition is not child's play. The opponent in front of you is a foregone conclusion. You can either choose to fight or admit defeat. There is no third choice. Fight." This Gan Lang in front of him was a bloodthirsty demon. More than 10 Xian martial warriors had died in his hands. Yang Dingtian was only a 9-star Xian martial warrior. Not fight. That would mean admitting defeat and being kicked out of Cloud Sky City. It's late. Cloud Sky City has thousands of people. They don't have time to waste with you. Tang Boizhao shouted. Fight or admit defeat. I'll count to 3. You must answer me. 3, 2, fight or retreat. If he fought, he might die. If he retreated, he would lose completely. 1. Tang Boizhao gave the final countdown. Instantly, all the Cloud Sky City disciples looked at Yang Dingtian, waiting for his final decision. Fight! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and slammed the night owl great sword into the ground. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere. Chapter 82. Fight! Following Yang Dingtian's roar, the entire plaza fell silent. Madame Ximin and Yan Yan returned to their seats. Ximin Ningning had already sat beside Yan Yan. Seeing Yan Yan's face filled with nervousness and fear, Ningning held her cold hands and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your families, little Tian." Yan Yan smiled at Ningning and said to Ximin Lai, "Big brother, if Yang Dingtian's life is in danger, we'll immediately take action and kill our way out of Cloud Sky City." Understood. Ximin Lai, who was like a lion king, nodded. The Xian Qi in his body surged, and his golden hair fluttered. He was prepared to rush out and fight at any time. Swords have no eyes. Life and death are up to the heavens. Let's fight. Tang Boizhao roared and chopped down with his palm. The cold tone and cruel gesture meant that one of them had to die in this battle. Suddenly, everyone's hearts were in their mouths as they waited for the start of the battle. Yang Dingtian raised the night owl greatsword in his hand and surged all the Xian Qi in his body. He was like a cheetah that was about to devour its prey. He bent his body and was ready to rush out, but he didn't. He could already feel that this Gan Lang in front of him had a deadly and dangerous aura. It was like a bloodthirsty beast. This person's background was not ordinary. He was very strong and very dangerous. Hence, Yang Dingtian wanted him to attack first. He wanted to observe this person's movements before deciding how to fight. As for the corpse-tearing demon, Gan Lang, he stood lazily in his original position. He didn't move and only lightly swung the ferocious claws in his hands. He didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness on his body. He even looked relaxed, as if he was enjoying the scenery. But this made people even more afraid and suffocated. At this moment, Gan Lang's eyes were sinister. He was like a venomous snake, staring at every inch of Yang Dingtian's body. It was like a butcher carefully observing where he should cut before making a move. No matter who the opponent was, in front of his body-ripping maniac, they were nothing more than livestock waiting to be slaughtered. From the move Yang Dingtian used to instantly kill Sun Quan, Gan Lang could already tell that Yang Dingtian's strength was around an 8-star Xian martial artist. Gan Lang didn't even know how many Xian martial warrior level opponents he had killed, let alone 8 or 9-star Xian martial warriors. In his eyes, they were just livestock waiting to be slaughtered. As for Yang Dingtian breaking through more than 10 levels in 5 days and being an absolute genius, what did that have to do with Gan Lang? Can't geniuses be killed? Can't a genius be dismembered? Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the fierce battle between the two. However, Yang Dingtian did not move. Gan Lang did not move either. No one felt that this was a form of slacking off. Instead, they felt a sense of danger. Everyone who knew Gan Lang knew that his gladiator fights had a special characteristic: silence, poison, and speed. Silence meant that when the fight started, he would not make a move. He would just lazily look at his opponent and observe their weaknesses. His bloodthirsty gaze, like that of a venomous snake, would often cause his opponent to tremble in fear and be on the verge of collapse. Poison meant that once he made a move, his methods would be extremely cunning and vicious. He was the cruelest, most bloody, and never missed. Speed meant that once he made a move, his movements would be as fast as lightning. There was no way to defend against it. Also, the fight would end very quickly. Basically, it would be a one-hit kill. Also, it would be the most tragic death. They would die without a complete corpse and be dismembered into 8 pieces. Every gladiator fight was like this. No matter who the opponent was, the outcome would be the same. This included more than 10 Xian martial warriors. Xian martial warriors that were 1 level higher than Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this person was a combination of a vicious wolf and a venomous snake. Therefore, Gan Lang did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be fatal. There were no exceptions. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone present felt a sense of suffocation. Yang Dingtian instinctively felt that the surrounding air was getting colder and colder. Gan Lang's gaze was getting more and more bloodthirsty and cruel. Those who were attentive would realize that Gan Lang's movements with his sharp claws were getting slower and slower. Qin Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. He knew Gan Lang very well. This vicious beast was about to make a move. Swoosh! As expected, Gan Lang's eyes flashed with a demonic light. His body rushed out like lightning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The ferocious claws in his hands were extremely ferocious. They were extremely sharp as they clawed towards Yang Dingtian's chest. The sharp claws sliced through the air, producing a ripping sound. A gust of bloody light flashed across like a flash of lightning. Yang Dingtian was shocked and felt a chill. The hair on his neck stood up. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed, quickly blocking Gan Lang's sharp claws. However, it was too late. Gan Lang's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was completely out of Yang Dingtian's imagination. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. Swoosh! The extremely ferocious claws grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's chest like lightning. Die! Gan Lang used all his strength and tore towards both sides. Yang Dingtian is dead. Qin Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a demonic excitement. He was too familiar with this scene. Gan Lang had dismembered dozens of people like this and had never failed. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Some even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene of Yang Dingtian's body being dismembered. The battle had just begun. Was it going to end? Yang Dingtian's chest was suddenly torn apart. He felt a sharp pain, as if his entire body was being torn apart. However, he was fine because he was wearing the deep-sea Xian clothes. Although the claws were sharp, they could not pierce through the deep-sea Xian clothes. Dang! His night owl greatsword aimed at Gan Lang's claws and slashed down. A loud sound and sparks flew everywhere. The two people separated like lightning. From the moment Gan Lang rushed out and tore Yang Dingtian's chest with his claws, to the moment Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword, to the moment the two people separated, It did not take more than a second from beginning to end. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, the two people separated as soon as they touched. Yang Dingtian did not die. Qin Shaobai could not help but open his eyes wide. How is this possible? Gan Lang never missed. Just now, his claws had clearly grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's chest and tore towards both sides. How could Yang Dingtian's body not be dismembered? Everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was dead for sure this time, but they realized that he was still standing there perfectly fine. Yin Yin's delicate body went limp. She no longer had the strength to sit up straight, as if she had just survived a disaster. The one who truly felt like he had just survived a disaster was Yang Dingtian. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. His clothes were almost completely soaked in cold sweat. If it was not for the deep-sea Xian clothes, he would already be dead. This Gan Lang's movements were too fast. His moves were too strange. No one could block them in time. This Gan Lang was different from other warriors. What he learned was not martial arts, but killing techniques. His fatal characteristic was his speed and craftiness. His battle did not even have much to do with Xian Qi. More than 10 Xian martial warriors died under his claws just like that, brutally dismembered. Because the martial arts they practiced were all about Xian Qi, they ignored speed and moves. Therefore, they could not block Gan Lang's craftiness and speed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a person. That was Yin Yang School's adjudicator, Shadowless. He only practiced sword techniques and did not practice Xian skills. Shadowless practiced his sword techniques to the extreme. Therefore, if he wanted to kill someone, even a master-level warrior could not stop him. His sword had once chopped off a master-level warrior's head. This Gan Lang in front of him was very similar to Shadowless. After retreating like lightning, Gan Lang stared at Yang Dingtian's chest. A cold smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he already knew why he didn't tear Yang Dingtian's chest apart. It was because Yang Dingtian was wearing an impenetrable treasure robe. Gan Lang's cold eyes immediately stared at Yang Dingtian's neck. Then he waved his sharp claws. You have a treasure robe protecting you, but does your neck have one? Obviously, his next target was Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's neck did not have the protection of the deep-sea Xian robe. If it was pierced, then his neck, head, and entire body would be torn apart. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He felt a burning pain in his throat. Gan Lang's waving of his claws became slower and slower. It was obvious that he could attack at any time. Yang Dingtian had to defend against this move, or else he would die. However, he had already used all his strength, but he still could not block Gan Lang's claws from tearing his chest apart. His speed was not as fast as Gan Lang's. In fact, the difference was huge. If his speed was not fast enough, then he would use his moves to make up for it. Yang Dingtian had learned the world's #1 sword move. In this world, everyone chased after the Xianqi level. Very few people cared about the profoundness of sword moves. Therefore, when they met an opponent like Gan Lang, the dozen or so Xian martial warriors did not have the slightest ability to resist and died under his claws. However, Yang Dingtian was an exception. The sword moves he learned, whether it was the Shu 9 disaster sword or the pig-slaying swordsmanship, were the most profound sword moves in the world. The pig-slaying swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. The suspense now was whether the profoundness of the moves could make up for the lack of speed. If it couldn't, then Yang Dingtian's blood would splatter everywhere and he would die without a complete corpse. Everyone stared at Yang Dingtian's neck. Everyone knew that Gan Lang's next move would be to tear Yang Dingtian's neck apart. None of the Cloud Sky City disciples dared to hope that Yang Dingtian would be able to defend against Gan Lang's fatal claw. Because if Yang Dingtian couldn't defend against the first move, then he wouldn't be able to defend against the second move. The speed of Gan Lang's swinging claws became slower and slower. Yang Dingtian's breathing almost stopped. All the pores on his body were closed. He used all his strength and concentration to wait for Gan Lang's fatal claw. If he couldn't defend against it, then he would die. Whoosh! Suddenly, with a flash, Gan Lang suddenly rushed out. The sharp claws in his hands were extremely fierce and sharp, and they were aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck. It was faster, sharper, and more vicious than before. The moment Gan Lang rushed out, the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand splashed out like water. The light from the sword shot out in all directions, ferocious and bizarre. It was sharp, graceful, and very spicy. The fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship: dig out the heart and lungs. This was a move that he had prepared after using his life to understand Gan Lang's fighting style. If he could defend against it, then he could win and counterattack. If he couldn't defend against it, then he would die. Chapter 83. Gan Lang's sharp claws shot towards Yang Dingtian's neck like blue lightning. It was extremely fast and tricky. Yang Dingtian's blade seemed to have turned invisible and turned into a black shadow. The two weapons instantly closed in on each other. The cold, grim Reaper seemed to have descended. Yan Yan felt her heart clench, and she couldn't breathe for a moment. Dang! An ear-piercing collision sound was heard, and sparks flew in the air. Everything came to a sudden stop. Yang Dingtian's sword accurately hit the tip of Gan Lang's sharp claws. When it was a foot away from Yang Dingtian's neck, Yang Dingtian's sword blocked Gan Lang's fatal attack. Yang Dingtian blocked it, even though Gan Lang's second fatal attack was faster and weirder than the previous one. Yang Dingtian was still able to block it. His sword's speed wasn't as fast as his opponent's, but the mysterious pig-slaying swordsmanship was enough to block all the paths of his opponent's sharp claws. Everything happened so quickly that many Cloud Sky City disciples didn't even see it clearly. Gan Lang was shocked when he saw that his fatal attack had been blocked. How was this possible? Even a mystic martial warrior couldn't block his claws. How could Yang Dingtian, a mere mystic martial warrior, block it? Qin Xiaobai, Yang Yan, and the others' expressions changed. In this era where all warriors practiced mystic qi and ignored techniques, Gan Lang only focused on speed and speed. Gan Lang only focused on techniques and speed, so his sharp claws were definitely fatal. Among warriors below the great mystic martial master level, Gan Lang's sharp claws were terrifying. In the hundreds of battles that Gan Lang had participated in, there were countless opponents who were stronger than Yang Dingtian, but none of them were able to block his claws. However, Yang Dingtian did. No, I don't believe it. Gan Lang's eyes flashed with a stubborn and arrogant gaze. This must be an accident. I don't believe that a mystic martial warrior can block my sword. This must be a coincidence. Gan Lang's gaze suddenly turned crazy. Speed and techniques were his pride and belief. Now that Yang Dingtian wanted to destroy his belief, he instantly went berserk. Die! A loud roar resounded. Gan Lang suddenly changed his move. The sharp claws in his hands were like a ghost's shadow. With unpredictable trajectories, they suddenly drilled towards Yang Dingtian's neck. Dang! Yang Dingtian's sword trembled slightly. Sparks exploded in the air. The tip of his sword once again accurately struck Gan Lang's sharp claws, blocking his path of retreat. Once again, Yang Dingtian managed to defend himself. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time was a sign of strength. Red blood surged into Gan Lang's eyes. His expression was filled with boundless rage. Ah! A terrifying roar rang out. Gan Lang changed his attack once again, stabbing towards Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's sword continued to tremble lightly as it clashed against the sharp claws with unerring accuracy. He changed his move again and was blocked once more. He changed his move again and was blocked once more. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Every time, Yang Dingtian's sword blocked Gan Lang's sharp claws, and each time it was easier than the last. That's right, although Gan Lang's speed was incomparably fast and his techniques were very tricky. However, compared to the world's #1 sword technique, The pig-slaying swordsmanship, it was nothing. Once they saw through his style and route, then it would be easy to defend against this terrifying Gan Lang, and they would be able to do so with ease. At this moment, Qin Xiaobai's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Was this the legendary pig-slaying swordsmanship? Why was it so powerful and mysterious in Yang Dingtian's hands? When people learn martial arts, most of them focused on Xian Qi. Only a small number of people focused on techniques. However, Yang Dingtian used a short 5 days to break through more than 10 levels of Xian Qi. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was so terrifying and mysterious. Qin Xiaobai could already see that the gazes of the Cloud Sky City disciples were gradually filled with admiration. He suddenly felt a strong sense of threat. He couldn't let this continue. He couldn't let Yang Dingtian continue to perform so amazingly. He had to die. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai stood up and said coldly, "Gan Lang, is this all you've got? Where's your beast nature? Where's your berserk blood?" Gan Lang, who had been blocked by Yang Dingtian for more than 10 moves, was on the verge of breaking down. After being scolded by Qin Xiaobai, his eyes suddenly shot out a crazy and bloodthirsty light. Instantly, Gan Lang's entire body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. "Die together! Die together!" Following that, Gan Lang suddenly let out a beast-like roar. The sharp claws in his hands danced wildly as he cut his own body. Instantly, fresh blood spurted out and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Everyone in the square was stunned. He was actually crazily mutilating himself. In an instant, Gan Lang became a bloody mess. Bloodthirsty berserk demon curse. Gan Lang suddenly roared. A cloud of blood suddenly shot out from his body and covered a few feet around him. His body suddenly grew a foot taller and his arms swelled by 3 inches. Not good. This is the demonic beast transformation. He wants to die together with Yang Dingtian. Shimin Lai's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and yelled, ready to charge out at any time. At this moment, Gan Lang, who had completely turned into a beast, was like a red lightning bolt as he charged crazily towards Yang Dingtian. He didn't have any defense at all. He directly closed in on Yang Dingtian's body. The sharp claws in his hands were like ghosts as he crazily slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Instantly, the scene became extremely horrifying and bloody. Yang Dingtian's surroundings were surrounded by sharp claws and blood shadows, and he could be torn into minced meat at any moment. Dang, 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 dang. The most dangerous moment had arrived. Yang Dingtian gathered all of his spirit and all of his Xian Qi. The sword in his hand was swung to the extreme. It was like countless stars were embellished on the bloody screen. Countless times he blocked Gan Lang's ghostly claws. Countless times of blocking, countless times of impact, countless times of sparks flying. The pig-slaying swordsmanship was still extremely powerful. Even though Gan Lang had undergone the demonic beast transformation and his strength had increased tremendously, Yang Dingtian was still able to block Gan Lang's wild beast-like attacks. The demonic beast transformation wouldn't last for long. Yang Dingtian only needed to defend for 3 minutes, and he would win. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Yang Dingtian's sword was still impenetrable. It firmly protected every inch of his body. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, their hearts pounding. The 3 minutes passed quickly. Yang Dingtian could already see the dawn of victory. However, the situation suddenly changed once again. Gan Lang roared. The nails on his left hand suddenly extended half a foot. They were sharp and ferocious, dripping with blood. His left hand had turned into another deadly weapon. Both his left and right hands had a deadly sharp claw. Then the sharp claws on his left and right hands slashed towards Yang Dingtian crazily. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by danger. His entire body was enveloped by the 2 sharp claws. No matter how amazing his swordsmanship was, he could only block one of his opponent's claws. He couldn't block the crazy attacks of Ganlang's left bloody claw. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain on his body. He had been slashed 5 times by Ganlang's bloody claws. The 5 wounds were almost a foot long and deep to the bone. Luckily, these were Ganlang's nails and not his cold steel claws. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's entire arm would have been destroyed. In just 1 second, Yang Dingtian had been slashed 5 times. As for the demonic wind beast Ganlang, the bloody claw on his left hand was crazily clawing at Yang Dingtian's head. The head was different from the arm. No matter where the claw hit, it would be a fatal injury. He couldn't continue like this. If this continued, he would really die together with this beast. If this continued, in at most half a minute, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. Yang Dingtian swung his arm, and a flamed feather appeared in his left hand. "Master, help me!" Yang Dingtian shouted in his heart. Instantly, Dongfang Minmi's divine sense expanded. Using all his energy, he suddenly separated Yang Dingtian's mind into 2 parts. Yang Dingtian wanted to multitask. The same person, 2 hands, used 2 sets of swordsmanship to defend against Ganlang's 2 sharp claws. Of course, Ganlang also used his 2 claws to attack crazily. However, he wasn't multitasking. He was completely crazy and was attacking crazily based on his beast-like instincts. However, defending required profound swordsmanship. Both hands needed to use completely different sword moves. This was almost impossible. No matter which world people were from, they shouldn't be able to do it. Because a person only had 1 brain, they couldn't control both hands to consciously use different sword moves, especially profound sword moves. It was even difficult to use both hands to write different words. Therefore, to use both hands to use different sword moves, and the most profound and difficult sword moves in the world. How difficult was that? It was difficult to ascend to the heavens. However, if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to block the final attack of Ganlang. He would have to die together with this beast. Whoosh! In less than half a second, Yang Dingtian felt a burning sensation on his neck. Ganlang's bloody claws tore open another deep wound. It was less than a centimeter away from his main artery. The Grim Reaper was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared, and his expression changed drastically. With the help of his master's divine sense, he split the consciousness in his brain into 2, controlling his 2 hands respectively and using 2 completely different sword moves. Instantly, an incomparably breathtaking scene appeared. Yang Dingtian's left and right hands used 2 different sword moves, and they were extremely profound and powerful sword moves. He did it, he really did it. The mutual left and right sword technique. All of a sudden, the perilous situation was resolved. The wild beast Ganlang's 2 crazy sharp blades were both blocked and restrained. Yang Dingtian's sword was like 2 demonic hands, trapping the wild beast Ganlang. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break free. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Both hands used different sword moves. In this world where Xian Qi was important, they had never seen such a stunning scene. All the disciples of Cloud Sky City were dumbfounded. Originally, Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi broke through more than 10 levels within 5 days, which had already shocked them. Now, Yang Dingtian's stunning performance had completely overturned their understanding. This was the successor chosen by City Lord Shimin. He was really too strong, too stunning. The great city, Lord Shimin, indeed, had godlike foresight. At this moment, even Qin Xiaobai and Yang Yan were completely stunned. After Ganlang used his demonic beast transformation, they thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had indeed been injured several times in just a few seconds. He had almost lost his life and was surrounded by danger. If this continued, Yang Dingtian would be torn into a pile of minced meat in no time. But, Who would have thought that things would take such a shocking turn? Yang Dingtian actually displayed such stunning left-right sword moves, causing Qin Shaobai's heart to be deeply shocked once again. At this moment, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were completely blurred. This is my man? This is my man? He's so stunning, so strong. It's time to end this. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, "Wild beast Ganlang, you can die now. You've cut countless people into pieces. Today, I'll let you enjoy the taste of being cut into pieces." The sword in his left hand, the third move of the pig slaying swordsmanship beheading. The sword in his right hand, the eighth calamity of the Shu 9 calamities, sword nirvana. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's stunning performance reached its peak. The sword in his left hand was like a meteor, flashing a deadly arc. The sword in his right hand was like a sky full of stars, bursting with brilliance. His figure, his sword, turned into a ball of light, fiercely rushing towards the wild beast Ganlang. The two swords on his left and right, with a dazzling and terrifying light, madly slashed towards Ganlang. Chapter 85. Yang Dingtian's body shot towards Ganlang like a cannonball. Ganlang's claws also reached his eyes. They were still bloody and ferocious, but in Yang Dingtian's eyes they were no longer a threat. He had seen through Ganlang's trick. The sword in his right hand locked onto Ganlang's right claw, and the flame feather in his left hand chopped down like lightning. Pig slaying swordsmanship's third move beheading. Whoosh! Fresh blood spurted out. Ganlang's huge arm was chopped off and flew dozens of meters away. Ganlang, who was already a demonic beast, couldn't feel any pain. His bare arm was still smashing towards Yang Dingtian. His left and right bloody claws were still grabbing towards Yang Dingtian's eyes. Shu 9 disasters, sword's eighth move, annihilation. Yang Dingtian's sword in his right hand was like a starry sky and like a storm of flowers. It swept towards Ganlang's bloody claws. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sword sparks flew everywhere, and fresh blood spurted out. Ganlang's bloody claws and his left arm shattered inch by inch, then exploded inch by inch and disappeared inch by inch. In less than half a second, they were completely crushed, turning into a bloody mess. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's right hand pierced into Ganlang's chest, instantly piercing his heart. The flame feather in his left hand flashed red. Pig slaying swordsmanship's third move beheading. Ganlang's huge head flew up into the sky, and fresh blood spurted out from his neck for dozens of meters. Shu 9 disasters, sword's third move, annihilation. The sword in his right hand that pierced Ganlang's chest shook violently in his body, and a dazzling sword sparks flew out. Bang! With an explosion, the sword sparks bloomed to the extreme. Ganlang's huge body exploded, and his bones were completely crushed. Just like what Yang Dingtian said, this body-ripping maniac had killed countless people in his life. Today he would let him taste the end of being torn into pieces. While countless blood flowers were falling, Yang Dingtian's figure retreated with lightning speed, avoiding the blood rain that filled the sky. He slowly withdrew his sword and stood upright. The thousands of disciples in the square went silent at first, then burst into an uproar. Countless people shouted Yang Dingtian's name, and countless fiery gazes fell on Yang Dingtian. In the previous battle, Yang Dingtian had gained the support of countless Cloud Sky City disciples. Even though the cultivation level of this group of disciples was very likely higher than his. But Yang Dingtian's stunning performance was enough to conquer anyone. On the high platform, first Elder Yang Yan and the others had extremely grave and ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Shaobai had completely lost his arrogant attitude from before. He sat in his seat with an icy expression as he stared fixedly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian turned around, facing Yang Yan on the stage. The second round of the wheel battle had ended, and now there was only one round left. As long as he won the third round, Yang Dingtian would obtain the final victory today and he would be able to participate in next year's City Lord contest. Now, the biggest suspense was who would be the third person to challenge Yang Dingtian. In order to kill Yang Dingtian, Qin Shaobai had placed the powerful Ganlang in the top 10 list as a precaution. No one had thought that Yang Dingtian would be able to break through to the Xian martial artist realm in 5 days, but Qin Shaobai had still arranged for Ganlang just in case. However, Qin Shaobai was not prepared for the possibility that Ganlang would lose to Yang Dingtian. He did not even consider the possibility of that happening. Now that Ganlang was dead, would Yang Yan, Tang Buizhou, and the others' plan to kill Yang Dingtian be completely ruined? Would they arrange a second chess piece to kill Yang Dingtian? The shock on Tang Buizhou's face had yet to fade. He slowly walked out and coldly said, "Yang Dingtian has won the second round. Now, who wants to be the third challenger? Go on stage and fight with Yang Dingtian. As long as you defeat Yang Dingtian, you will be able to stay in Cloud Sky City." After he finished speaking, Tang Buizhou looked at the remaining 8 people. Originally, there were 10 people who had lost in the elimination round, but now 2 of them had been killed by Yang Dingtian. After hearing Tang Buizhou's words, none of the 8 people made a sound, and none of them stood out. Who wants to be the third challenger to fight with Yang Dingtian? Tang Buizhou asked again. Still, no one responded. It seemed that these 8 people were scared out of their wits. If no one came out, then Yang Dingtian would automatically win the wheel battle. Although Tang Buizhou did not want to see this situation, he had no choice but to coldly say, "I will count to 5. If no one comes out, then Yang Dingtian will be the final winner." 5, 4. The square was completely silent. Everyone stared at the remaining 8 people, waiting to see if anyone would step out to fight. 3, 2, 1. I will fight. I will challenge Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly walked out from the 8 people. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person? Ganlang was so powerful, but he died under Yang Dingtian's sword. Who was this person? How dare he come out to fight? That person was covered in a black robe. With a sword in his hand, he walked onto the stage. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Yang Dingtian was able to sense a familiar aura from his body. Everyone widened their eyes, waiting for the challenger to reveal his face. "Yang Dingtian, I remember telling you before that I will not let you go." That person slowly lifted his robe, revealing his handsome and cold face. "Tang Li, Tang Buizhou's son, Tang Li." The moment Tang Li revealed his true face, everyone exclaimed in shock. "Shameless!" At this moment, not only Yan Yan and Madame Ximin, but also the thousands of disciples of Cloud Sky City were furious. How could a person be so shameless? The opponent actually arranged a second chess piece to kill Yang Dingtian. Tang Li, Cloud Sky City's young talent, a 4-star mystic martial warrior. Among the 20-year-old disciples in Cloud Sky City, he was one of the top. How could he be defeated in the elimination battle? A 4-star mystic martial warrior was 5 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. A mere difference of 5 levels was nothing. The most fatal thing was that he was fighting above his level. A mystic martial warrior was 1 level, and a mystic martial warrior was another level. As long as he was fighting above his level, it was impossible to win. Even if Tang Li was only a 1-star mystic martial warrior, his mystic chi was several times more than Yang Dingtian's, let alone a 4-star mystic martial warrior. "If I didn't come back, then you would have been eliminated from Cloud Sky City. In order to kill me, your father paid a huge price," Yang Dingtian said. "I was going to leave Cloud Sky City anyway because I will soon be the son-in-law of Northwest Qin City," Tang Li said coldly. Then Tang Li pulled out a long sword and said sternly, "All right, enough nonsense. Draw your sword." "Shameless!" Ximin Lai shouted and pulled out his sword. He faced Great Elder Yang Yan and said coldly, "Great Elder, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, you don't even care about your face? You are going to do such a shameless thing in front of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples? Yang Yan's facial muscles twitched. He said coldly, I didn't know anything about this. However, there are no rules that prevent Tang Li from challenging Yang Dingtian. Shimin Lai was furious. He turned around and faced the thousands of disciples in the square. Brothers of Cloud Sky City, are you going to watch this ugly thing happen? Are you going to watch Cloud Sky City's honor be trampled on? Do you agree to this shameless competition? Tang Li's appearance had already angered many Cloud Sky City disciples. Now that Shimin Lai was angry, most of them stood up and shouted, No, no! Shameless, shameless! After someone started it, more and more people joined the crusade and protested. Tang Boshio's expression changed. What? Are you guys trying to rebel? Sit down immediately. However, no one sat down. Thousands of disciples stood up straight and protested to the Elder Guild. They wanted to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. Tang Boshio looked at Yang Yan. With so many people angry, it would be difficult to offend them. Taking a deep breath, Tang Boshio said loudly, Tang Li, why do you want to compete with Yang Dingtian by hook or by crook? Give everyone a reason. Tang Li's expression turned cold. I'm not competing with him. I'm dueling with him. Because Yang Dingtian killed my good friend Yang Qi. I'm taking revenge for Yang Qi. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. As a disciple of the Yang family, Yang Qi was quite popular. He had been missing for a few days, and now Tang Li was saying that Yang Dingtian killed him. If that was the case, then Tang Li did have a reason to duel with Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, all the Cloud Sky City disciples' morale weakened. Ha ha ha. Shimin Lai suddenly laughed. Tang Li, you said that Yang Dingtian killed Yang Qi. What evidence do you have? Tang Li said coldly. 6 days ago, Yang Qi found out that Yang Dingtian went to the Red Wilderness to hunt monsters. He said he was going to find trouble with him. Later, Yang Dingtian came back, but Yang Qi didn't. He disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't Yang Dingtian who killed him, who else could it be? What a joke! Shimin Lai laughed. Yang Dingtian was just an initiate at that time. Yang Qi was much stronger than him. If you said that Yang Dingtian killed Yang Qi, who would believe it? Tang Li smiled coldly. Then today, before Yang Dingtian killed Ganlang, who would believe it? Instantly, the two sides engaged in a war of words, swords drawn and bows bent. In the end, Shimin Lai, Madame Shimin, and Shimin Yan Yan drew their swords. On the opposite side, Tang Bo Zhao, Tang Xian, Shimin Yan, and dozens of people from the Elders Guild drew their swords. They were about to fight on the high platform in front of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples. Both sides were about to fight. Who dares to fight? Suddenly, Yang Yan shouted. Instantly, it was as deafening as thunder, silencing all the noise. Then, Grand Elder Yang Yan slowly walked up to the high platform. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Yang Qi is my grandson. Tang Li said that you killed him. Then tell me, did you kill him or not? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Fine. Swear on City, Lord Shimin's spirit, that you didn't kill Yang Qi. If you lie, then City Lord Shimin's spirit won't rest in peace. Yang Yan said coldly, if you swear on City Lord Shimin's spirit that you didn't kill Yang Qi, then you can refuse to accept Tang Li's challenge. Yang Dingtian was silent. Yang Yan said coldly, you have two choices. First, swear to prove your innocence. Second, fight with Tang Li. You must choose one of the two. Otherwise, both sides will fight. Suddenly, Yang Yan's voice was filled with cold threats. Both sides supported Yang Dingtian. Shimin Lai and Yan Yan were at an absolute disadvantage. Once they fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I didn't kill Yang Qi, but I won't swear on Marshal Uncle Shimin's supreme honor. So, I choose to fight with Tang Li. However, I have one more request. If I win, I ask Grand Elder to return Yan Yan's Phoenix Flame sword. Grand Elder Yang Yan's face turned cold and his muscles twitched. He slowly said, "It's a deal." Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and faced Tang Li. He pulled out the Night Owl's strange blade and prepared for today's final battle. The Night Owl's strange blade was enough to be listed as a divine weapon. Now, the real battle that belonged to it had arrived. Chapter 86. Tang Li's Xianqi level should be about 5 times that of Yang Dingtian. His speed was about twice that of Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this battle was completely different from Gan Lang's. Gan Lang's specialty was his speed, and his moves were tricky and vicious. Therefore, he killed more than 10 Xian martial warriors when no one was paying attention. However, once his moves were seen through, it would be very easy to defeat him. Just now, after Yang Dingtian saw through his moves, he was able to fight with ease. In just a few seconds, Yang Dingtian had cut him into pieces. However, Tang Li was different. The difference between Yang Dingtian and him was the most direct difference in energy and speed. With the profoundness of his moves, it would be very difficult to make up for it. Because Xianqi was the king of this world, it represented a person's true strength. Therefore, this battle would be much more difficult than the one with Gan Lang. Because this was a battle between Xianqi and energy, the difference of 5 times was too difficult to make up for. Yang Dingtian, if I were you, I would swear an oath on Shimenwia. He died a long time ago, so what if he was cut into pieces in hell? Tang Li sneered in a voice that only Yang Dingtian could hear. "You're too stupid." Great Elder Yang Yan saw your stupidity and proposed this condition. Then you really came to die. Tang Li didn't directly start the battle with Yang Dingtian, but spoke first. Although Yang Dingtian was incomparably angry, he didn't pay attention to him. He just stared coldly at him like an arched beast, ready to attack at any time. By the way, let me tell you who Yang Qi is. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. This idiot offended a lot of people. Who knows who killed him? I don't think you killed him. After all, you were just an enlightener at that time. Tang Li continued with a smile. The reason I killed you was for Qin Shaobai. After all, I'm about to become the son-in-law of the Northwest Qin family. Yang Dingtian still ignored him. Don't worry, after you die, your Shimin Yanyan Qin Shaobai will take good care of it for you. After he has enjoyed it enough, he will give it to his brother Qin Huayu. It will show the deep affection between brothers. Tang Li continued with a smile. It's a pity that I can't get a share of it. Otherwise, I've been drooling over Shimin Yanyan for many years. I remember that I wanted to peek at her bathing several times, but I was beaten up every time. After Qin Shaobai got Shimin Yanyan, I asked him to let me see Shimin Yanyan's body, or even touch it. After all, I killed you for him. As expected, Yang Dingtian's breathing became rough, and his heart was filled with rage. Yang Dingtian originally thought that he wouldn't be angry after hearing such vicious provocation. But when this bastard in front of him used such despicable words to talk about Yanyan, he couldn't help but be angry. It seems that only one of us can live today. Yang Dingtian coldly said, Either you die or I live. Tang Li sneered, I already told you in front of the Hidden Technique Pavilion. I will definitely kill you. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. Kill. Kill. In Tang Li's hand was a huge blood blade that weighed 200 pounds. This person was not only a 3-star Xian martial warrior, but he also had extraordinary strength. Therefore, the huge blood blade in his hand was especially shocking. The sound of it tearing through the air was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, causing people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's 3 feet long strange blade had a strange shape. It was like a twisted piece of iron and didn't have any fierce aura. Just by looking at the two weapons, there was a world of difference. The strange blade in Yang Dingtian's hand didn't even have the qualifications to carry the shoes of Tang Li's blood blade. With a loud sound, Yang Dingtian and Tang Li fiercely collided with each other like Mars colliding with Earth. The hard ground suddenly cracked, and broken stones flew everywhere. Bang! The huge blood blade in Tang Li's hand suddenly cracked, but he didn't move, and his expression didn't change. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian fiercely retreated a dozen steps, and a stream of blood violently spurted out of his mouth. In an instant, the weapons clashed, and an incomparably huge amount of Xianqi energy passed through the weapons and fiercely drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's chest felt like it was suddenly hit by a huge rock. All the veins in his body felt like they were suddenly torn apart, and all the bones in his body felt like they were broken inch by inch. He fell into incomparable pain. In the first move, Yang Dingtian actually chose to meet force with force. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. They didn't understand why he did this. His advantage was clearly in swordsmanship. Why didn't he use the mysterious swordsmanship to fight? Instead, he competed with Tang Li and Xianqi. This was completely the case of the weak fighting against the strong. Yang Dingtian did this deliberately. He wanted to test how strong Tang Li's Xianqi was. He wanted to test just how strong a profound qi attack his body could withstand. Now, the results of his test were out. Seeing that Yang Dingtian only retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood after receiving his full force attack, Tang Li's face was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so tenacious. According to Yang Dingtian's Xianqi level, his Xian meridians would have already been broken, and his internal organs would have become a pile of mud. If you can withstand one of my blades, then how about 10 or 20? Tang Li coldly said. Then he once again gathered all the Xian qi in his body and poured it into his blood blade. Suddenly, a mass of red blood light spread out from the giant blood blade, which looked even more domineering and ferocious. Sky Devil Blade! Tang Li roared, and the blade in his hand suddenly chopped down at Yang Dingtian. The momentum was incomparably powerful. The fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Dig out the heart and lungs. The strange sword in Yang Dingtian's hand, like a poisonous snake, snaked out and met Tang Li's blood blade. This move, dig out the heart and lungs, could not only seal the enemy's ice blade, but also move the enemy's weapon away and quickly dissipate the force. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword directly stuck to Tang Li's blood blade. Yang Dingtian's wrist shook and was about to dissipate the force on Tang Li's blade. However, in an instant, an incomparably powerful Xian qi energy surged and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Puff! Yang Dingtian's body suddenly bounced back, staggered a dozen steps, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian's move failed because Xian qi was not a force, but an instantaneous energy, which could not be transferred at all. Xian qi was indeed the king's way. The huge gap in Xian qi was really difficult to make up for with moves. After 2 moves against Tang Li, Yang Dingtian actually spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Many disciples in the square showed a worried look on their faces. Their feverish minds suddenly became somewhat sober. Yes, Yang Dingtian's performance just now was extremely amazing, but he was only a Xian martial artist. The profoundness of moves was not very useful. Xian qi was everything in this world of martial arts. So, don't have too high expectations of Yang Dingtian just because of his amazing performance. Yang Dingtian swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked at Tang Li, who was sneering arrogantly in front of him. The gap in Xian qi energy was really difficult to make up for. You have no hope. Tang Li sneered. In this world, no one can win a battle that is beyond their cultivation level. Yes, in the past 100 years, no one was able to win a battle that was beyond their cultivation level. The most famous battle that was won was 300 years ago, when the Wooden Sword Castle's young master, Li Tianshao, fought against the Northwest Qin clan's third young master. Li Tianshao was 1 cultivation level lower than the Qin clan's third young master, but he still won in that trial by duel and killed the Qin clan's third young master. But that was because Li Tianxiao had turned into a demon. He became the biggest traitor in the history of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The first test, he spat out blood. The second time, he tried to use a profound sword move to neutralize Tang Li's saber, but it failed and he spat out blood again. 2 tests, spitting out blood twice. But it also allowed Yang Dingtian to understand Tang Li's habits, tactics, and his sky demon technique. Now, it was time to start the final battle. The final method was also the most dangerous method. Close combat, putting oneself in a desperate situation and fighting to survive. Get close to Tang Li's body and use a profound sword technique to take his life. After observing the 2 moves, Yang Dingtian realized that Tang Li's sky demon saber art was indeed powerful and tyrannical. The Xianqi energy could be stacked several times in one slash. But in terms of moves, it could be said to be extremely simple and straightforward. So once Yang Dingtian got close, it would be very easy for him to use his sword technique to neutralize the sky demon saber art. But without a doubt, this was also the most dangerous move. Because once he got close, as long as he was hit by Tang Li's saber, he would definitely die. Yang Dingtian could defend against Gan Lang's sword, but he couldn't defend against Tang Li's sword. Because Tang Li's Xianqi was several times more than his, he couldn't defend against it at all. Once he got close, Tang Li would be able to slash his body. No matter how profound his sword technique was, no matter how simple Tang Li's saber technique was, Yang Dingtian's sword wouldn't be able to block it. Because Tang Li's speed was twice his, and his Xianqi was 5 times his. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's final battle strategy was definitely to place himself in the jaws of death and fight to survive. Phew! Yang Dingtian exhaled slowly and looked at Tang Li, who was 20 meters away. He had to organize an attack, a perfect attack. If he failed, if there was any mistake, then the one who would die would be him. A few seconds later, Yang Dingtian calculated all the combinations of sword moves in his mind. If Tang Li's reaction wasn't wrong, then Yang Dingtian's attack should be effective. Then the only thing left was to get close to Tang Li by 3 steps, at least a sword's distance. How to get close to Tang Li? This was probably the most difficult part. Because Tang Li's speed was twice Yang Dingtian's, and his Xianqi was 5 times stronger than Yang Dingtian's. How to get close was the most difficult and also the most dangerous part. Yang Dingtian chose to get close to Tang Li. Slowly walk closer. That's right, slowly and swaggeringly walk closer. Step by step, he got closer to Tang Li. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. Was Yang Dingtian crazy? This was an act of seeking death. If he walked over like this, Tang Li could attack at any time. With such a slow speed, Tang Li could kill him at any time. Just like this, Yang Dingtian walked to 3 steps in front of Tang Li. The arrogant Tang Li didn't attack. I held the bloody sword in my hand and sneered disdainfully. At this moment, the 2 of them were only 1 meter apart, just a sword's distance. Tang Li's sneer gradually became ferocious and cruel. Then, he slowly raised the sword in his hand. Yang Dingtian slowly transferred all of his Xian energy into the night owl's strange blade. Immediately, the strange blade let out a trembling sound as it received a 20% increase in Xian energy. Let me tell you something, Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Speak. This is your last chance to speak. Tang Li sneered. I killed Yang Qi. I killed him in the wilderness. Then I threw him into the lava abyss and destroyed his corpse. Yang Dingtian said in a low voice that only Tang Li could hear. Tang Li was stunned. At that time, Yang Dingtian was just an enlightener. Unexpectedly, he killed Yang Qi. Therefore, Tang Li's mind shook. Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the decisive kill was coming. Clang! Yang Dingtian was like a dormant beast. He suddenly burst out. The night owl's strange blade in his hand suddenly exploded with an incomparably dazzling and sharp light. The first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Stab the throat and let blood. Yang Dingtian's sword was like a meteor. With the fastest speed, he used the energy from both sides to stab at Tang Li's neck. Tang Li was shocked. At this time he could choose to retreat. His speed was faster than Yang Dingtian's. However, he didn't retreat. He displayed a very stunning move. He leaned forward and dodged Yang Dingtian's sword that was about to pierce his throat. Then he immediately counterattacked. The bloody blade in his hand burst out a blood-like red light. He also slashed at Yang Dingtian's waist. It was an extremely sharp and violent blade. At this time, Yang Dingtian should retreat and avoid it. But he didn't. Shu Nine Disaster's sword, selfless. Suddenly, the sword in his hand suddenly became solemn and majestic. His body didn't avoid it. Instead, he collided with Tang Li's bloody blade. Put yourself in death and fight to live. This was putting yourself in death and fight to live. The seventh move of pig-slaying swordsmanship, one split in two. Under everyone's horrified eyes, Yang Dingtian slammed into Tang Li's bloody blade like a martyr. The owl blade in his hand was aimed at Tang Li's chest. He slashed down sharply. The owl blade burst out a brilliance that had never been seen before. Kill Tang Li now. Whether he could kill Tang Li or not depended on this moment. Yang Dingtian used his own life as a bet. He made a posture of perishing together with Tang Li. He used all his strength to kill Tang Li. Bang! Tang Li's blade fiercely slashed at Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen. Yang Dingtian's sword also slashed at Tang Li's chest. Puff! Blood spurted out. Yang Dingtian flew out for more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. Tang Li was still standing in the same place. His chest suddenly cracked open and blood spurted out. In the field there was silence. They looked at this shocking scene. Put yourself in death and fight to live. Yang Dingtian used his own life as a bet to kill Tang Li. Now he was going to succeed. Everyone was waiting for Tang Li to fall. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian to create another miracle. Tang Li looked down at the bloody mark on his chest. His eyes trembled, his hands trembled, and his whole body trembled. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone was waiting for him to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Tang Li burst into laughter. Then he tore the clothes on his upper body, revealing his strong upper body and a metal net. Yang Dingtian, you're not the only one who has a treasure armor. I have one too. Tang Li laughed and said, but your weapon is really powerful. It directly cut through my dark iron silk and cut 1/2 inch into my chest, breaking 5 of my ribs. Tang Li laughed and coughed while spitting out blood. Put yourself in death and fight to live. You're really decisive and amazing, Tang Li said. If I didn't have the dark iron silk, I'm afraid I would really die under your sword. But you can't kill me. Then the one who will die now is you. Tang Li's eyes were filled with infinite anger and killing intent. Then he walked slowly towards Yang Dingtian with the bloody saber. He wanted to cut Yang Dingtian into pieces. Although Yang Dingtian's fatal strike didn't kill him, it caused him to suffer an unprecedented injury. His cultivation would regress by 2 years. Tang Li walked with the steps of the Grim Reaper. With a shocking killing intent, he approached Yang Dingtian step by step, and Yang Dingtian was still lying on the ground, motionless. After 20 steps, Tang Li stood beside Yang Dingtian and whispered, "You can die in peace. Shimin Yan Yan and Shimin Ning Ning. We will take care of them for you. We will take good care of them in bed. Now you can die." Then Tang Li used all his strength and slashed down with his saber. "Stop, we admit defeat." Yan Yan rushed out and shouted, "Stop, we will leave Cloud Sky City." Tang Li's saber suddenly stopped, waiting for Yang Yan's order. Great Elder Yang Yan's eyelids twitched, and he said, "It's too late to admit defeat now." Yang Dingtian die. Tang Li roared and aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck, slashing down fiercely. No! Yan Yan screamed and was about to faint. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed out with the sword in his hand like a poisonous snake. When I said put yourself in death and fight to live, I was referring to now. You're wearing a treasured robe, I know that. Chapter 87. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was safe and sound, Tang Li's face suddenly showed a look of horror. How could it be? Just now, his sword completely blasted the energy of qi to the extreme, and directly cut Yang Dingtian's sea of qi in his lower abdomen. How could Yang Dingtian be fine? For a warrior, the most important part of the body was not the chest or the throat, but the lower abdomen, because that was where the sea of qi was. Once hit by powerful qi, the sea of qi would be directly destroyed, and all the xian veins in the body would be broken. At that time, although he might not die, it would definitely be more painful than death. Tang Li just now used all his strength, and Yang Dingtian's sea of qi should be completely destroyed, but why was he fine? Of course, Yang Dingtian was fine because he was wearing the deep sea xian clothes. The most powerful part of the deep sea xian clothes was not that it was invulnerable, but that it could resist the powerful damage of qi. Tang Li's sword cut at Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen was fierce, but most of the qi had been swallowed and absorbed by the deep sea xian clothes. Only a small part of it really entered Yang Dingtian's body. Seeing Yang Dingtian's strange sword stabbed at the vital part of his lower body like a poisonous snake, Tang Li was suddenly scared out of his wits. At such a close distance, he was completely unprepared, and Yang Dingtian's sword was so sharp and mysterious. In horror, Tang Li used his fastest speed to cut down and block Yang Dingtian's sword. Yang Dingtian's body spun and bounced up, and like a beast he rushed at Tang Li. In horror, Tang Li kept retreating. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand stabbed like a storm. Shiwu 9 Disasters sword, all living beings. Shiwu 9 Disasters, sword, boundless. Suddenly, Tang Li's whole body was completely covered by Yang Dingtian's sword light. At first, he was desperately blocking, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was much worse than Yang Dingtian. So, in the end, he simply kept retreating, and retreating quickly. He just didn't run away directly. Thus, under everyone's astonished gazes, the situation changed drastically. Tang Li, who originally had the upper hand, was now being suppressed by Yang Dingtian. His chest was heavily injured, and several of his bones were broken. As he quickly retreated, blood crazily gushed out. Countless amounts of profound qi also flowed away. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before his speed slowed down. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be able to stab him in the chest and take his life. But at this moment, Tang Buizhao suddenly shouted, "Tang Li, why are you running? Your profound energy is still much stronger than his. Why are you running?" Tang Li's body suddenly trembled. Right? Why was he running? Even though he was injured, his profound qi was still much stronger than Yang Dingtian's. He clearly knew that Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship was brilliant, so why did he still want to tangle with him? The reason why Tang Li was like this was because he was frightened by Yang Dingtian just now. Moreover, the wound on his chest was really scary, so he suddenly lost his rational reaction. After being yelled at by his father, he suddenly sobered up. He gathered all the profound qi in his body and fiercely flicked it. Suddenly, his body was like a slingshot, and he violently retreated more than 10 meters, directly escaping from Yang Dingtian's terrible sword entanglement. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian lost the chance to lure him in and kill him. However, Yang Dingtian didn't chase after him. He just looked at the wound on his chest, and then coldly stood in the same place. Tang Li, who had retreated more than 10 steps, lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest with one hand holding the bloody sword. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. Immediately, the wound on his chest stopped bleeding. He knew that he had to end the battle quickly. "Yang Dingtian, I won't give you any more time, and I won't give you any more chances. 3 slashes to decide life and death." Tang Li said coldly. Your trick just now made me confused. Now let's use our profound qi to talk, and you will definitely die. After saying that, Tang Li suddenly rushed to Yang Dingtian and directly slashed down with his sword. With the most profound qi, the most powerful strength, Yang Dingtian raised the night owl giant sword and fiercely resisted. Dang! With a loud sound, Tang Li's bloody sword fiercely slashed on Yang Dingtian's sword. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and the stone slab under his feet suddenly shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Li's full-strength slash was really powerful, and it directly caused Yang Dingtian to suffer internal injuries. The second slash. With a roar, Tang Li fiercely slashed down with his sword. Yang Dingtian's giant sword forcibly resisted another slash. Bang! With a loud noise, sparks flew. Yang Dingtian's body was short, and the clothes on his arms were torn inch by inch. The skin on his arms was torn inch by inch, and blood oozed out. Blood spurted out from his mouth, nose, and even ears like an arrow. It was as if Yang Dingtian had reached his limit after enduring it head-on. With a little more force, Yang Dingtian seemed to be about to fall. There was still the last slash, and Yang Dingtian seemed to be completely unable to resist. Immediately, everyone who was concerned about Yang Dingtian had their complexion turn pale as they were horrified. Yan Yan directly pulled out her sword and was about to rush to the stage. Don't go. Ning Ning directly grabbed Yan Yan's hand and said, Don't worry, Tang Li will die in the third slash. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian is going to be killed. Yan Yan said. Believe in sister, Ning Ning said softly. At this time, Tang Li saw that Yang Dingtian was covered with blood, especially his whole face, which was all wet with blood. He was more seriously injured than him. Tang Li suddenly smiled cruelly. There is still the last slash. Yang Dingtian, you are dead. Suddenly, Tang Li's body suddenly bent, and he unreservedly summoned all his profound qi and channeled it into his bloody sword. His bloody sword suddenly looked as if it was stained with blood, bright red and dazzling. This was Tang Li's last slash, and he had exhausted all his profound qi to kill Yang Dingtian. Die! Tang Li roared loudly, as deafening as thunder. Then his bloody sword whistled with a murderous aura and slashed towards Yang Dingtian's head. For some reason, Tang Li's face changed at this time, and his eyes became particularly strange. Everyone almost couldn't help but close their eyes, as they couldn't bear to see Yang Dingtian directly split into two halves. Yang Dingtian, who was covered in blood, raised the night owl giant sword in his hand and said coldly to Tang Li, This is also my last slash to kill you. Die! Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Holding the night owl giant sword with both hands, he faced Tang Li's bloody sword and slashed diagonally. Clang! There was a loud, deafening sound. One sword and one saber, fiercely slashed together. There was a dazzling spark. Tang Li's bloody sword was suddenly cut in half and flew out directly. After Yang Dingtian's night owl giant sword cut the bloody sword, it still swept up and slashed towards Tang Li's neck. It seemed that Tang Li's head was about to fly straight into the sky and be cut off like Gonlang. However, Yang Dingtian didn't. His night owl giant sword stopped on Tang Li's neck and didn't cut off his head. I still don't want to kill you. It's better to let you become a cripple. Yang Dingtian said coldly, Pa. Then he slapped Tang Li's head with the sword and directly smashed Tang Li to the ground. Then Yang Dingtian stepped forward, aimed at Tang Li's lower abdomen, and stabbed down with the sword. Bang! It was like the sound of a balloon bursting. Tang Li's sea of qi in his lower abdomen was destroyed by Yang Dingtian. Tang Li didn't die, and Yang Dingtian didn't kill him. However, he had completely become a vegetable, a cripple. Instantly, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the final scene on the martial arts stage. What happened? How did this happen? Shouldn't Yang Dingtian be the one to die from the last slash? Why did it suddenly become Tang Li's head that flew out? Tang Li's bloody sword was a famous treasure. How could it be cut in half? As for Tang Bosheo, it was as if he was struck by lightning, standing there motionless. Even great elder Yang Yen lost his ability to react all of a sudden. Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and bowed towards the high platform. The third battle has ended. Great elder Yang Yen, may I stay in Cloud Sky City and participate in next year's city Lord Battle? After hearing Yang Dingtian's shout, everyone suddenly seemed to wake up from the shock. Then, the whole square seemed to have been thrown into a bomb. Countless people exclaimed in disbelief, and thousands of people exclaimed at the scene in front of them. How did this happen? The reason was simple. The moment Yang Dingtian's night owl huge sword pierced Tang Li's body, Tang Li's death was decided. This was because Yang Dingtian's night owl huge sword had poison on it. Even though it was very weak, it was still very deadly. A large part of the night owl's strange blade was the claws of the Millennium Owl, and before the Millennium Owl died, it was poisoned by the deep-sea Xian poison. Even though it burned its own Xian qi to destroy the poison, there was still a part of the poison that remained in every inch of its body. Of course, the night owl huge sword also had it, even though it was very weak. After Yang Dingtian cut open the flesh on Tang Li's chest, the deep-sea Xian poison entered Tang Li's blood, followed the blood into the Xian meridians, and flowed towards the Sea of Qi. Even though it was only a fraction of the deep-sea Xian poison, once it entered the blood, this extremely weak deep-sea Xian poison would cause a chain reaction, crazily devouring the poisoned Xian qi, nerves, blood, and everything else. If Tang Li felt something was wrong and immediately used his Xian qi to suppress it, then he might be fine. But he didn't, and continued to fight with Yang Dingtian crazily. Especially the last 3 slashes. He used all his strength to kill Yang Dingtian. His Xian qi circulated crazily and rushed out crazily, seeking death even more. Finally, the weak deep-sea Xian poison reached the most important Xian meridians in Tang Li's body. At that moment, it blocked and paralyzed his Xian meridians, and Tang Li's Xian qi was instantly cut off. That was why his face had a demonic light and his eyes had a green light. Thus, Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to slash Tang Li's blood blade that didn't have Xian qi infused in it. Then he slapped Tang Li into a vegetative state and pierced his sea of qi, turning him into a complete cripple. Yang Dingtian won, but he didn't seem to be unhappy. But being able to win was still a good thing. Now it was up to the Elders Guild to see if they had any other schemes, and if they would make any trouble. So, Yang Dingtian asked Yang Yen loudly to force Yang Yen to state his position. Yang Yen looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression, his gaze uncertain. At this moment, thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples all stood up and stared at Yang Yen, giving him silent pressure. They were afraid that the Elders Guild would use despicable means again, so they wanted to give Yang Dingtian silent support. If the Elders Guild were to use any more schemes, then the thousands of disciples present would really rebel. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yen slowly said, I hereby announce that Yang Dingtian has won the elimination battle and is officially a Cloud Sky City disciple. He is qualified to participate in next year's City Lord Martial Arts competition. Once these words were spoken, thousands of cheers erupted. Long live, long live, long live Yang Dingtian. Thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples cheered loudly. Today's Yang Dingtian had left an indelible mark in the hearts of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples. In just 5 days, he had broken through from an initiate to a 9-star mystic martial artist. Not only had he defeated Sun Wan and Gan Lang, but he had even killed the 5-star mystic martial artist, Tang Li, and turned him into a cripple. They had never heard of such a miracle, but Yang Dingtian had done it in front of thousands of people. Why couldn't such a person become the future lord of Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian turned around and faced Yan Yan. He wiped the blood off his face and smiled slightly. Yan Yan ignored everyone's gaze and jumped down from the high platform. Then, like a little bird, she pounced towards Yang Dingtian. "Husband, I was wrong. Punish me no matter what." Thank you, brothers. Chapter 88. After hearing Yan Yan's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled, and his heart swayed slightly. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to answer. He never would have thought that Yan Yan's first words after reuniting would be this. However, it was also because of this that he felt that Yan Yan was so cute and charming. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to speak, Yan Yan suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pouted her small mouth. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of her small mouth and saw a young man in white walking towards him. It was Qin Shaobai. After announcing Yang Dingtian's victory, Yang Yan, Tang Guozhao, and the others immediately left. They were unwilling to see Yang Dingtian being cheered by thousands of people. Qin Shaobai actually didn't follow them. When he was 10 steps away from Yang Dingtian, Qin Shaobai bowed and said, "Senior Brother Yang, you're really amazing today. To break through from an enlightener to a mystic martial artist in 5 days, this is unheard of." At this moment, Qin Shaobai had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't have any of his previous arrogance or hostility. It was as if he wasn't the one who schemed to kill Yang Dingtian today. "Well said," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. He wasn't that thick-skinned and didn't know how to act. Moreover, in front of such a great enemy, there was no need to act. Everyone knew that as long as there was a chance, they would kill each other. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Yan Yan would scold Qin Shaobai, or at least mock him. Who knew that Yan Yan didn't do that? She only frowned slightly, and her beautiful face revealed an extremely disgusted expression. It was as if the handsome Qin Shaobai in front of her was a disgusting maggot. However, Yan Yan's disgusted expression was the most poisonous. It directly pierced through Qin Shaobai's shameless line of defense. His expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't continue acting as a cultured and refined person. In the future, when we're all in Cloud Sky City, let's get closer. But now that Shuiyu is in your arms, Senior Brother Yang, please enjoy yourself, Qin Shaobai said with a laugh. Then he turned around and left. "This is the most disgusting man I've ever seen," Yan Yan whispered into Yang Dingtian's ear, but it was loud enough for Qin Shaobai to hear. This was another fatal blow to the self-proclaimed, confident Qin Shaobai. After hearing these words, even Yang Dingtian, whose back was facing him, trembled violently. He, Qin Shaobai, could make people love him and make people go crazy. They could also make people fear them and hate them to the core. But he couldn't make her feel disgusted, and he couldn't make her feel disgusted. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to his charm and confidence. Then, Yang Dingtian walked over. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Shimenlai would come over and pat Yang Dingtian's shoulder, and then say good job, or step forward to hug him. However, Shimenlai did not do so. Instead, he held his sword in front of his chest and bowed towards Yang Dingtian. He was very solemn and very respectful. His meaning was very obvious. He treated Yang Dingtian as the future Cloud Sky City Lord, the person he was about to pledge his loyalty to. Shimenlai had always been this meticulous. After raising his head, Shimenlai's eyes were filled with passion. He said, "Yang Dingtian, you've done better than I expected. Foster father didn't misjudge you. Yan Yan didn't misjudge you either." "Thank you, big brother," Yang Dingtian said. "Thank you for everything you've done for us." "Foster father gave me everything. Cloud Sky City is my everything, so I will always stand by your side," Shimenlai said. "This is my responsibility." After speaking, Shimenlai immediately turned and left. He wanted to rush back to Black Blood Castle. Madame Shimen, who came after him, looked at him like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. To be honest, although she had always supported Yang Dingtian. She didn't show much affection towards him. This time, her gaze was very gentle. Yan Yan is very naughty. You have to teach her well in the future. However, Yan Yan is also very kind. You have to love her well in the future, Madame Shimin said gently. Yes, madam, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, I believe you will. You're a very good boy, Madame Shimin said gently. Then, Madame Shimin said to Yan Yan, Yan Yan, you have to listen to your husband in the future. You can't be willful and naughty anymore. Do you understand? Yan Yan said sweetly, I understand. Furthermore, when you were his wife, you weren't naughty and disobedient. Now you're lecturing me. Stupid girl, I'll tear your mouth apart. Madame Shimin's face instantly turned red. Then her eyes turned red as she recalled the sweet days with Shiminwia. Then she quickly averted her gaze to prevent her tears from falling. Mother, in the future, Yang Dingtian and I will be filial to you. We'll use the fastest speed to give birth to a grandson for you to play with. Yan Yan stepped forward and held her mother's hand as she said gently. Madame Shimin instantly smiled and struggled free from Yan Yan's hand. She said angrily, You really don't know how to be embarrassed. You can say anything. Then, her beautiful eyes became filled with yearning again. She said, If I can really have a grandson to hug, that would be great. All right, I won't disturb you two anymore. Mother is going back, Madame Shimin said. Then she slowly walked away. Only after Madame Shimin and the others had left did Ningning come over. However, her face was a little red, as if she had a guilty conscience. At this moment, she couldn't walk, so she was riding on a white crane. That white crane was very obedient. It didn't need Ningning to say anything. It would go and stop when it wanted. After arriving in front of Yan Yan, Ningning directly took out a bag and handed it to her. She said, This is Yang Dingtian's medicinal soup. Let him soak in it for 2 hours at night. Then she quickly took out an even smaller medicine bag and stuffed it into Yan Yan's hand. She said, This is for Yang Dingtian to drink. He's injured, so don't be too crazy. Yang Dingtian's face instantly turned red. It was very clear that this small medicine bag was some kind of nourishing medicine. After Yan Yan took it, she moved closer to Ningning's ear and said, Big sister Ningning, our previous agreement still counts. Hearing Yan Yan's crazy words, Ningning's face instantly turned red. She said in a low voice, Crazy girl, you're about to die. I should sew your mouth shut. Then Ningning rolled her eyes at her and said, Moreover, you're just a little vinegar jar. Don't pretend to be generous. That night, you saw Yang Dingtian in my room. Even if we didn't do anything, you still went to drink and act crazy. Nonsense, nonsense. Yan Yan pinched Ningning's little mouth and then pouted. She said, You guys have been together for the past few days. Who knows if you did anything unspeakable? Ningning's face turned red. She said, I'm not going crazy with you. I'm going back. Then Ningning rode the white crane back to her valley as if she was escaping. She didn't dare to stay for a second longer. Suddenly, only Yan Yan and Yang Dingtian were left on the battle stage. Yan Yan first looked at Yang Dingtian strangely, making him feel uneasy. After all, he and big sister Ningning weren't innocent. Unexpectedly, Yan Yan didn't ask anything. She directly pulled his hand and said, Let's go home. Okay. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Then, under countless envious gazes, the beautiful Yan Yan held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked back to her house. That's right, envious gazes. In the past, they were completely crazy with jealousy. Now, at most, they were envious and even more blessings. When they passed by the square, many Cloud Sky City disciples still didn't disperse. They made way for Yang Dingtian and spoke with enthusiasm. Yang Dingtian, we support you. Young Master Yang, we support you. Some people even directly called out the 3 words, Young Master Yang. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He only responded to everyone with a gentle smile. He held Yan Yan's little hand and walked towards her house. In this battle, he had indeed won many people's hearts. At this time, it was already late at night. Inside Yan Yan's house, Yang Dingtian was lying in a wooden tub. Inside was a steaming bath. Before bathing, Yang Dingtian had already soaked in the medicinal bath for more than 2 hours. Today, his injuries looked frightening, but they weren't very serious. His Xian meridians were slightly damaged, but after taking some medicinal pills, it should heal quickly. As for the injuries on his skin and bones, after soaking in the medicinal bath, he didn't feel any pain. At this time, Yan Yan was meticulously combing Yang Dingtian's hair. She was combing it strand by strand. After returning to her house, Yan Yan became quiet. Her face was still red, and her breathing was slightly hurried. However, she was still very quiet, a gentle silence. The two of them were silent. In front of many people, Yan Yan was generous and intimate with him. However, when there were only the two of them, she seemed a little awkward, with a sweet and shy awkwardness. She was like that. Her mouth was fierce, but her heart was shy. "I'm sorry. Because of my willfulness, you had to suffer these past few days." Yan Yan suddenly said, "Punish me. No matter how you punish me, you can beat me or scold me." Yang Dingtian leaned on the wooden tub, closed his eyes, shook his head, and said with a smile, "With your appearance, who would be willing to beat or scold you?" Yan Yan's face couldn't help but turn red. "How about I call you Big Brother from now on?" Yan Yan suddenly said, "Calling Yang Dingtian is strange. Moreover, in our place, a good woman can't directly call her husband by his name. Calling him Lord Husband seems too proper. You're older than me by half a year. I'll call you Big Brother from now on, okay?" "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Moreover, I said so many heartless words. Are you angry?" Yan Yan gently asked. "I'm not angry." Yang Dingtian said, "Your heart is soft, so no matter how heartless your words are, they won't be truly heartless. However, some people's hearts are cold, so no matter how gentle their words are, they will still be heartless." "Yes," Yan Yan gently said, "but you have to believe me. I keep saying that I want to go to the Netherworld Sea, but I actually don't want to go. I will definitely not leave without saying goodbye before you come back. I know that kind of woman is the stupidest and most annoying." That's right. Yan Yan was a very smart woman, at least when it came to relationships, other than occasionally being unable to control her temper and sometimes being stubborn. She was very smart. "Moreover, after you come back, even if you fail to break through, I will still be by your side, even if we are chased out of Cloud Sky City together," Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian vigorously nodded. He absolutely believed Yan Yan's words. Yan Yan was this kind of person. When you were down, regardless of whether it was because of her character or her loyalty, she would stay by your side and not leave you, regardless of whether you loved her or not. For a woman to be able to do this, she was a respectable woman. Yan Yan was not only a respectable woman, but more importantly, she was also a cute woman. This was because there were many respectable women who could accompany you and comfort you when you were down. However, when they were proud, they would give you the cold shoulder and stay away from you, especially when the two of you had a conflict and the person in the wrong was her. Due to their high self-esteem, they would choose to stay away. However, Yan Yan did not do that. She directly ran over to admit her mistake and acted coquettishly. "I was afraid that after I came back, even if I successfully broke through, you wouldn't be nice to me," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Yan Yan sweetly said, "That kind of woman is even stupider and more annoying. After I drank that night, I was so rude to you. Weren't you angry?" Yang Dingtian asked. "That time when you hit me in that place?" Yan Yan said, "If I get angry over that, then my mother doesn't want to live anymore. In the past few decades, she and father have fought countless times. But she and father are the happiest couple in the world." Then Yan Yan chuckled and said, "And didn't you say it before? If a woman doesn't hit for 3 days, she will go up to the roof and tear down the tiles. And you were beaten even more ruthlessly by me. And you also said that spanking a woman's but is not considered as hitting a woman. The two people fell into silence again, but the atmosphere in the room became even weirder. Yang Dingtian also couldn't resist such an atmosphere, so he closed his eyes. The two people fell into silence again, but the atmosphere in the room became more ambiguous and magnificent. Yang Dingtian also couldn't resist such an ambiguous atmosphere, so he closed his eyes. Next, Yang Dingtian comfortably finished bathing. Yan Yan put on comfortable and soft clothes for him. "Husband, have you slept with a woman before?" Suddenly, Yan Yan asked, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and he said with a slightly trembling voice, "I don't know, I shouldn't have." "Today I'll let you sleep, okay?" Yan Yan said with a trembling voice. These words didn't go overboard, but when put together, it was like the strongest aphrodisiac, especially when it came from the mouth of a pure and flawless, peerless beauty. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly swayed. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a burst of softness at the back of his head, but Yan Yan held him in her arms. Then, she lowered her face and kissed the top of his head. "From now on, it's time for our wedding night," Yan Yan said with a trembling voice. "But you have to close your eyes. If I don't tell you to open them, you can't open them. You have to listen to me, okay?" "Okay." Yang Dingtian's voice was hoarse, and his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Then he felt Yan Yan slightly leave his body. Next, there was the sound of rustling and undressing. A woman's body fragrance suddenly rippled in Yang Dingtian's nose. "Okay, you can open your eyes," Yan Yan said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, and suddenly a snow-white, beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes, completely immersing the man. "Brother, I'm very beautiful, right?" Yan Yan asked. "Yes." Yang Dingtian said with heavy breathing. Yan Yan said with a trembling voice, "Husband, we've been married for a long time, but we've never been a real husband and wife. From now on, let's be a real husband and wife, okay?" Yang Dingtian's heart jumped, and he said, "Are you sure you're ready?" Yan Yan closed her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Husband, I'm ready." Then she raised her face and waited quietly. Only her hands kept twisting together, showing the anxiety in her heart. Yang Dingtian's heart softened, and he gently caressed Yan Yan's little face and moved closer.